I had to re-upload this compilation because there was a long blank spot in the middle. Sorry about that. Anyway, this is a compilation of every Goatman episode I've ever made, I think. In the meantime, I'm trying to finish the over 40,000 words worth of Halloween contest stories you guys sent me. Y'all are too awesome. Be sure to send me your scary stories at darkstories.org, and don't miss the newest episode of Freaky Folklore, all about the terrifying Banshee, on iTunes and Spotify. Let me know in the comments what topic of scary stories you want to see the most in the near future. Now, let's begin. The Goatman of Alaska by Female Vampire. My name is Karin. My husband Tom and I are both 30 years old. We live in Anchorage, Alaska, in a house that looks like a log cabin, but has all the facilities inside: electricity, water, and all that good stuff. We live in the house with our cute 10-year-old son Michael and our Siberian Husky Tundra. Now, Tom is also a deer hunter and a crab fisherman, and I work as a nurse. We travel around in a big red Jeep that can go into the wilderness easily. I have my own little yellow off-road vehicle as well, and I love taking my son Michael into the Alaskan wilderness, checking out all the lovely wildlife there, like deer, fox, moose, bald eagles, and other things. We love living in Alaska, but something out of the ordinary happened to us a few months ago. My family was all traveling through the Alaskan wilderness together one weekend when we saw an enormous grizzly bear running away in fright from something. While I, and probably the rest of us, were wondering what in the world could have scared a huge, fearsome bear like that, a strange-looking creature emerged from the darkest part of the woods. The thing was about 6'8" in height. It had a goat-like face and horns on top of its head. The lower part of its body was shaped like a goat as well and had fur all over. And as you'd expect, its feet were hooves and its legs were especially muscular. Seconds after it appeared, we were hit by this overpowering smell of horse manure. My whole family shook at the size of the creature. The beast could run fast as well, as only moments after it appeared out of the bushes, it had traveled a few dozen yards. But that's when it stopped and apparently saw my family in our Jeep. At the same time, the goat-like creature and my family both had the same idea. We turned the Jeep around and began to go on our way, and when I looked back, I saw it disappear into the woods. As we were heading back home, calling the day short, I heard it scream in the distance. Maybe it wasn't that creature, but considering the timing, I think it was. When we got back to the house, my husband locked all the doors as we then put our son to bed early. I later went to bed, but my husband would not budge from the window as he watched outside the entire night. Honestly, I'd never seen him so worried before. The next day, I had a good day at my nursing job, and I came home with my family. My son Michael was playing outside when suddenly he called to me. "Mommy, come here. Look at this, look at this." He sounded so happy, so I rushed outside to see what he wanted to show me. But I didn't see Michael. "Mommy, over here," my son called to me. I followed his voice and saw that it was coming from near the edge of the woods nearby. As I made my way toward his voice, excited after an exhausting day of work to see what my son was so excited about, something grabbed me by the hand. I was startled at first, and I looked down. There he was, my son Michael. I was confused. I looked back up into the edge of the woods, where my son's voice was originally coming from, and there I saw the silhouette, similar to the thing we had seen the day before. I was shaking all over. I was shaking so bad that my son asked me, "Mommy, are you okay?" And the worst part about it was, when I heard his voice for the next week, my own son's voice, it chilled me. I told my son that everything was fine, that I just needed some air, and then we went back inside the house. I told my husband about what had happened, and his face paled. There wasn't an ounce of disbelief in him. He trusted me. Later that night, when Tom and I got into bed, we were both thinking of what we should do about this, if anything, when we suddenly heard something strange outside. It was humming. Someone was outside, humming around our house. And the strange part was, it was alluring. It made me want to get up and go outside. We waited it out, and eventually it stopped. We then immediately got Michael and made him sleep with us that night. The only thing we could do was stay tightly grouped together in that bed that night, and the next few nights for that matter. Little did we know that that was the end of it. Thank God. Nothing else has happened so far. But this was my story of how that goat-like creature tormented my family. For what reason, I don't think I'll ever know. Is It Goat or Man? By Sanjeev2224. It was 2007 when I went camping with a couple of friends. We were all in our mid-20s or so. We were taking a fun camping trip out in the woods behind some of our friends' houses. We picked a spot in the clearing where it'd be easy and fun to party. We didn't do anything more than drink, though. I grew up around that other stuff, and I tried to avoid it at all costs. I saw how destructive it could be with my friends and family. Anyway, we were all hanging out in this clearing with 3 different tents set up and a fire pit in the middle. We had planned to spend about 5 days there. It was summer vacation after all, so we didn't have to worry about school. I think it was early August, just before school kicked back in. We were all sat around the clearing, roasting marshmallows and everyone but me having a drink. I sat around making s'mores and the sun was just beginning to set. We were having a great time. At around 7 p.m. or so, we heard something moving in the bushes nearby, and someone threw an empty beer bottle at the bushes as a joke. We heard it smash and watched as something climbed out of the bushes and lumbered back into the trees. We had been joking that it was just a raccoon or possum, but after throwing that and seeing something larger come out, we were chilled, thinking that some stalker was out there. Everyone became a little bit nervous. Later that night, I was asleep in my tent with 3 other people. The only person I shared that tent with that I knew personally was my friend Paul. I remember everything being silent at the moment, until I heard a sort of popping sound by the fire, and we all sat up at once. We crawled out of the tent, and we could hear people in the other tent's voices saying, "What was that?" Once we had crawled out, the fire, which we had put out about an hour or 2 ago, was now roaring with flames. We quickly put the fire out and thought that maybe someone had poured gasoline all over it. But we never heard anything before the fire went ablaze. We also didn't hear anybody running away or walking away. We would have heard them. Even with the fire going as big as it wasn't that loud. It was at this point, there was an awful smell. I had a stuffy nose at the time, so the only way I knew this was because everyone began to complain. After arguing back and forth for a bit over what to do, we all decided to screw it and stay here. Nobody brought any sort of protection either. The only thing we really had was one of the guy's pocket knives. Our second day here, nothing happened. Until that night. At around 4 a.m., when we were all fast asleep, we were awoken by noises behind our tent. We started to get out when Paul said, "Dude, shut up for a moment." We sat in silence listening to the noises, which sounded like voices, but we couldn't make it out exactly. These voices seemed to be coming closer to us, and we quietly climbed out of the tent. The voices still approached our camp, and the 2 other guys in our tent crept to the other tents and woke up the other people, telling them that we need to get out of here at once. All 13 of us stood quietly, listening to these strange voices drawing ever closer. At that point, where they had gotten behind our tent, we heard the voices stop, but then there was an eerie humming noise coming from the trees all around us. One of the guys, Ben, who was about 18, walked to about 10 feet from the tree line where the voices had been coming from. Angrily, he said, "Hey, who's out there?" And we quietly waited for a response. We heard nothing except distant crickets. He walked back to the group, and right then we heard the voices moving away, which to me sounded like what Ben had asked, except repeated in an echoey way. But it didn't sound like Ben's voice, just something or a lot of somethings trying to mimic it. I could hear the voice sort of crackly and jumpily repeat those words before eventually disappearing into the distance. We got back into our tents, but stayed awake. That next day, someone had left their house to grab something. They came back late with a high-powered potato launcher, saying he'd make that thing out there regret bothering our camp. At around 7 p.m., not really partying, but just huddling around the fire, getting more nervous the darker it got, one of the girls stands up. She's trembling and scared, and we ask her what's wrong. She begins saying that last night, when we were listening to the voices, there was another person with us. She said she had counted us, and instead of 13 people who were originally with the group, there were 14. Hearing this, it made my whole body clench up. We were all petrified at that point. After a few moments, Ben told us he was going to run back to his house, and he said he was going to get his father to come out there, and we would stand off to this thing if it came back. Someone went with him, and Paul and I were just talking to each other, whispering about how we should leave early, especially if things got too chaotic soon. As we were huddled next to the tent talking about this, we saw Ben standing in the woods. It was clearly him. He was the only one wearing that blue hoodie. He was looking straight at us from about 40 feet away. When we saw him, we didn't know what the heck he was doing. The person who went with him wasn't standing next to him either. It was just him standing there all alone. Besides that, it was a 25-minute walk to his house, so there was no way he could have been back already. One of the other people in the group must have seen him too and yelled to him, "Ben, what are you doing, man?" But Ben just kept staring. We watched as he seemed to slink away back into the trees. By now, all of us were messing ourselves, and I was too. Why was Ben trying to scare us all of a sudden? We decided to pile into one tent, and we waited for the others to get back. A short while later, Ben turned up with his father and the other person that had gone with him. Ben was saying how it felt like there were eyes on him the entire walk. But then Paul told Ben's dad that they had just seen Ben standing in the opposite side of the woods staring at us. But Ben admitted he had not even gone in that side of the woods. Ben's dad looked around in the woods for a while, then came back and said that he'd stay with us tonight, just to make sure we were safe. He slept in Ben's tent, and again, I don't think we slept very well that night. At one point, I looked over at Paul to see his eyes wide open, and he was sweating. He later told me that while he was laying there, he saw a strange figure moving around through the woods outside. It was moving its arms around in a strange jumping motion. At around 2 a.m., when some of us had already given up trying to sleep, we heard something else. It was in a high-pitched voice. It was repeating, "Hey, who's there?" completely mimicking what Ben had said before. Ben's dad tried to pinpoint where it was and ended up firing into the air to try to scare it. It was so loud, but right after it sounded, we heard a creepy male chanting sort of voice. I was more scared than ever, and so was Paul. Everyone was. The chanting was now deeper than ever, and it no longer sounded like multiple sources, just one person instead, or thing, chanting in that deep demonic voice. Around that time, one of the girls screamed and pointed into the tree, and there we saw it, at least the silhouette of it. It was kneeling in a tree, holding on to the branch. It seemed to be staring down at us, with sideways slitted pupils and eyes that reflected yellow from the firelight. It appeared to have horns, whatever it was, but before we could get a better look, before Ben's dad could aim at it, it had jumped out of the tree and ran off into the forest. I swear, when it did, I heard human-like laughter. I guess I could say this is the creepiest thing that happened to me. I don't exactly remember where that forest was now that I've moved away, but I do know that I will never be back there. I've had a few frightening experiences in my life, but nothing was as bad as this. The Goat Lady by Demon Girl. You can call me Amy. I'm 25 years old, and I live in the state of Pennsylvania in a ranch house with my husband John. John is a deer hunter who also works in the tree cutting business. He's a great shot, and he taught me how to shoot as well. I don't use a rifle myself, though I have my own nickel-plated .45 automatic. I usually just use it at target practice. But if it came down to it, I would use it on an intruder. John and I often go off-roading, driving in the woods and catching the beautiful wildlife scenery out there, seeing deer, fox, bear, raccoon, and even a mountain lion one time. It sounds serene, sure, but something happened late one night several years ago. My husband John said he was tired that night and was going to bed. I noticed that he hadn't taken out the garbage yet, so I decided to do it for him since he was tired. As soon as I put the large trash can down, I saw a set of red glowing eyes staring right at me in the deep woods nearby. This is Pennsylvania, so there are deep woods all over the place. I stared back at them, trying to make out its figure. My heart started to pound as I did, and I knew this was probably no kind of animal or creature that I've seen before. I've never seen eyes shine like that. What I didn't expect was to actually see the thing reveal itself, and it did. My breathing stopped. What I saw was a beast, around 7 feet tall, with horns on top of its head, with bulging muscles all over its body. It seemed to have feminine curvature on its body, something you don't really see in animals besides humans. The creature, which I assumed was female, was standing upright like a person. Moments after it showed itself, I could smell something different in the air, a sort of soil and earthy scent, but it was powerful and musky. It made me choke. I remember thinking at the moment that this bizarre creature would definitely be a main attraction at a sideshow or freak show. I continued staring, observing this goat thing, and I remember wondering what it ate exactly. I was hoping it was herbivorous. Suddenly, I heard our dog barking behind me, and someone grabbed me by the shoulder. It was my husband in his bathrobe. He could see the goat lady thing as well, and he had pushed me behind him to protect me. He was telling me with a stutter, "Get back in the house." I remember rushing back inside and locking the door. All the while, John wouldn't stop asking, "What in God's name was that?" "I don't know," I said. The next morning, John was worried. He instructed me that I was to stay far away from the outside until he got back home. But I was more curious than scared and wanted to take the off-road vehicle into the woods to see if we could spot it or maybe find its trail. After a lot of convincing, John agreed to it, but said only the next day after he was off work. That evening came. We loaded everything up, brought the rifle with the scope as well. Before leaving, we made sure to lock the dog up in the house so that nothing could get in and hurt him. I drove as John kept an eye out. We drove down to a local creek with rolling hills all around. The wildlife was active that night. We saw tons of raccoon and a few possums, and there were white-tailed deer all over the place. We searched for about 2 hours in that location, but we came up with nothing. No sign of the elusive goat woman. But just as we were stepping out of the vehicle after returning home, we heard this disturbing shriek in the distance. It sounded like a woman, but she wasn't scared. She sounded angry, frustrated, and it was louder than a person could scream, even if they tried their hardest. John and I tried to test this later, and it wasn't anywhere near as close. Once again, we locked ourselves inside the house, and we huddled together close before falling asleep. A few weeks went by with no further signs of the goat thing. My husband was at work that day. I was washing laundry, trying to catch up on some housework, when I began to hear heavy footsteps outside. I looked out the window hesitantly, and I saw this hideous furred figure walking in the grass outside our house. It hadn't seen me, and I wasn't sure what it was doing. Not until I heard something awful. It was my husband's voice. Its mouth moved, and what came out was my husband's words.
"Amy, come outside. I miss you."
Absolutely nothing in my life has ever disturbed me as much as what I heard that day. I ignored it and watched through the window as it continued to call me a few times. Eventually, it gave up, and it walked back into the forest. As soon as it was gone, I started crying. I burst into tears and didn't stop until John came home. It took me months to feel safe in my own home after that. The Goatman Encounter by Eva Bear 24. My grandparents' cabin up north was almost always quiet, but not that night. Now, I enjoy fishing and I prefer to go alone. On one occasion while visiting my grandparents, I was doing just that. I had taken my fishing rod and I went down to the pier. I'd cast and reel over and over, hoping something would bite, and if it didn't, I was still enjoying myself, as it was gorgeous out there. Not too long later, I began to hear something that creeped me out, a sort of heavy breathing coming from not too far behind me. I turned around, expecting to see nothing like the usual stories say, but instead, I immediately saw a tall black figure. It had a shaggy fur coat and fierce ram-like horns on its head. I fell backward, losing my pole in the water. I was panicking and crawling away from this thing, having nowhere to go as I was on the pier. I had no words, no thoughts escaping my brain, except for the thought that this could not be real. At that moment, I thought to myself, how could I possibly escape? That thing was right there in front of me, whatever it was. And that's when I noticed the creature wasn't moving. It wasn't walking toward me at all. It was just standing still. I stayed motionless, and we looked at each other until the creature walked away. I sat there in disbelief. After a few minutes, realizing that thing could come back at any moment, I ran back to the cabin, feeling more disturbed than ever. I didn't tell my grandparents what I saw, because I seriously thought I was dreaming or something. And even when I realized it wasn't a dream, I was telling myself that it had to have been a prankster. There was no way what I saw was real. The Goatman Almost Had Me by Mathin Sonyava. This happened about 3 years ago. I lived in a desolate town in South Carolina with a lot of huge forested areas. That house happened to be on half an acre with miles of forest behind it. Now, I've always been skeptic before this. In my case, there was always a rational explanation. This, however, I wasn't able to rationalize. I haven't told anyone else about it in person, but it's been a very heavy burden on me ever since. My parents were on vacation for a couple of days, so I stayed home most of the time to take care of our awesome beagle, Max. It was Friday and I was playing Xbox. Max was lying beside me. He nudged my shoulder a few times, which meant he needed to use the bathroom. I finished my match on the console and proceeded to take him out. Max is pretty well trained, so we don't take him out on a leash. He always stays in the vicinity of the yard, well, except for this time. I stepped outside and embraced the rugged summer night, watching Max as he sniffed away to find yet another spot to claim his territory. Out here, there's a lot of wildlife, so I didn't expect it to be so quiet. Standing there, I progressively became more unnerved, but then a sound broke that silence. A loud thud could be heard right past the tree line. Max's ears raised with curiosity. I stared into the trees, confused for the most part. Instead of hearing the usual cricket orchestra, the forest managed to conjure an almost metallic thud. Max cautiously walked towards the sound, but I called him to come back to me. Yet he seemed to be in a kind of trance. In the midst of walking to him, I heard a sound that froze me mid-stride. A low growl emitted from the trees. Max instantly took off into the brush and I ran after him, yelling for him to come back, but he vanished. With only my cell phone light to guide me, I went determined to find him. This wasn't like him at all. He had never done it before. 5 minutes into the search and rescue, I heard Max whining, maybe 10 yards ahead of me. I hastily made my way to his cry. I saw Max facing me. As he slowly walked toward me wagging his tail, I crouched down and quietly scolded him for running off like that. As I crouched, I heard shuffling next to me. Frozen in place, Max continued to whine. I'd never heard him scared like that. Not in all my life. The feeling of dread washed over me and I was too scared to move. With what seemed like an eternity, I finally gained the courage to look towards the shuffling sound. Only yards away now, peeking through a bush, was a pale face. A face that wasn't human. Its eyes were spaced too far apart, with a slight smile on what seemed to be a skeletal snout. My heart was pounding in my chest as I struggled to understand what I was looking at. Then, in an instant, it walked out, towering over me. I could see horns like a goat. I grabbed Max and ran, evading all of the tall brush and trees around me. Limbs and brush were being crushed behind us. The thing was right on our tail. I finally broke through the clearing and my house was in sight. I don't know how, but we made it. Inside, I slammed the door shut and locked it, then peered out the window. I saw something standing in the middle of my backyard. It was standing still and staring in my direction menacingly. I made sure all the doors were locked and I grabbed Max, barricading myself in my room. I laid in my bed for hours, scared out of my mind, waiting to hear for it coming for me. But it was over. Nothing happened after that. I'm definitely no longer a skeptic. These days I find myself looking into creatures like it online and wondering what else is out there. The Goatman by Kalina C. I was 12 years old when this happened. I remember it was on a May 16th. I was walking in Kentucky with my dad across an old bridge that led to a trail. We were talking, and I can't remember exactly what about. Soon the talking stopped and we were quiet as we walked around the trail. A few minutes later, we heard something strange. It was the bleating of a goat, and it sounded like it was hurt. My dad wanted to go find it to see what was wrong, but I didn't want to move. For some reason, at that age, the sound scared me. I tugged at his hand and said, "Daddy, I want to leave." But he didn't want to. He said that I needed some fresh air and that I just didn't get out enough. Well, we continued walking on the trail, and I saw something behind a tree, something that appeared to be looking out at us. My father didn't see it as he kept walking along, but I stared at it. It looked like a goat. There was nothing strange about it. I looked back at it and even waved. I smiled, thinking my dad was right. I just needed to get out for a while. But then a fur-covered hand appeared from behind the tree and waved back. I screamed, jumping onto my father, and when we looked back, there was nothing behind the tree anymore. Me and my dad headed back to the entrance to the trail and headed back to his truck. I was overjoyed that we were leaving, though my dad was a bit irritated. I never went back to that trail again. Goatman Creek by Rose Petal. This happened 3 years ago when I was 13. My family and I were taking a trip to Genesee to attend my grandfather's funeral. We were staying at a cabin nearby, next to something that was dubbed the Goatman Creek. The place was apparently famous for rumors I never personally believed, because I had spent time there every summer and never experienced anything. Anyway, after we got done with the funeral, we came back to the cabin and got packed to leave the next morning. I had my own room on the second floor of the cabin, and I was the only one on the second floor. That night, as I laid there sleeping in bed, I was awoken by movement outside of the cabin. Groggily, I woke up and looked through the cabin window. Maybe it was because my eyes were still blurry, but I couldn't see anything. But I did hear something like a girl screaming or crying. I quickly ran downstairs and turned on the light. My plan, rather than wake up my parents to help the girl, was to go and check on her myself. But when I turned on the light, I saw something that scarred me forever. Out of the living room window, which was a large window, and shone in the moonlight, there was a figure standing in front of the creek. It was at least 6 feet tall, as it was a little bit taller than my dad. It was facing the cabin, and it appeared to be staring in at me from that distance. Moments after I realized the thing had horns on top of its head, I ran screaming and yelling into my parents' room, waking them up. I made my father go outside and check, not even worried about his safety. He did find human footprints outside, but he assumed it was from us earlier in the day. Maybe it was an extended waking nightmare or something, but I still can't find the courage to go back to the cabin by the Goatman Creek. Goatman by Jared S. The sun was setting to the west of us as we passed Elephant Rock, looking for a good spot to set up camp. We reached the eastern side of the monstrous-sized rock, and I began to smell an intense odor, something akin to wet dog and decay. In the blink of an eye, I began to hear a crackling of branches nearby, and I saw the swift movement of trees, and what I thought was a deer or elk running deep into the forest. Before I knew it, the smell was gone, apparently belonging to whatever animal I had just witnessed. I thought nothing of it. We continued ahead until we found a place to set up camp for the night. As the night was still young and the fire was blazing, my girlfriend and I sat by it with cold beers in our hands and hot dogs and a stick. It was a campfire dinner, and we were having a great time. We were telling funny stories and experiences to each other, when suddenly that awful smell returned and began to creep into our camp. It was so bad it spoiled our appetites, and ended up just filling our empty stomachs with Budweisers. As the night went on, the smell only got worse. We went to bed early as the smell was irritating us, and we hoped to be less prominent inside the tents. Besides, we had a long hike ahead of us in the morning. We crawled into the tent, and as we did so, I could hear something moving along the edge of the campsite. I jumped to my feet and grabbed the flashlight, pointing it in that direction. The moment the flashlight beam encountered the forest and trees, something screamed. I covered my ears until it was over, then asked my girlfriend to hand me my sidearm, my .38 special that I always keep with me. All I had to do was follow the intense smell, and then I found it. Only a few yards into the woods, that close to our campsite. Something hunched over with horns on its head covered in fur, dragging by the neck what appeared to be a fawn. I was so dumbfounded and awestruck that all I could do was watch until I could no longer see the figure. When I had any amount of composure back in my body, I went straight to my girlfriend, told her to pack up, and we left, never returning to Plymouth, Massachusetts again. A Goatman or Skinwalker by Platinum Not Gold. We've all had times in our life when things were about to change majorly, but you don't even know it. Well, one summer I had gone camping with my father. I thought it sounded fun, and I'd never really been camping with him before. It was me, him, and my brother. One night while camping, my dad was setting up the campfire to get it going again, and my brother and I decided to pass the time playing hide and seek. After the game was over, my brother dared me to go down to the loop part of the campground. He said he'd give me a quarter, which was somehow a lot to me back then. I said sure, not even worried about the quarter, just wanting to show up my brother. It was night already, and I was in the wilderness alone. I began to go around the loop, walking at a fast pace to just get it over with, when I decided to take a shortcut through a small trail. I was walking through, thinking my brother would be none the wiser, when I suddenly saw a figure in front of me. At first, I thought it was my brother, but a split second after that, my eyes took in just how big the figure was. It was massive, nearly twice the height of my father. I nearly soiled myself, and I fled into the woods, heading in some unknown direction, just terrified at what I saw. I made it back to the loop, and I went around finishing it and making it back to camp. Panicky, I told my brother, but he told me to stop joking around because that's not funny. I left it alone after that, but I did ask my dad a few times that night if we could just leave early. It was a quick experience, but nonetheless terrifying. Goatman Hurts by Kevin M. It was a few months ago. I live in a condominium that's not big or small, I guess average, and at my place the front door is located in front of another house. When you go through the door, there will be a living room and the kitchen beside each other. Then to your right there's a hallway that leads to my mother's and brother's rooms. We lived to a large patch of woods. I used to go rabbit hunting in them because I loved the taste of rabbit, and I enjoyed the fresh air. To get there, you have to jump over a fence that separates the condominium from the woods. I had brought my dog with me, and as you'd probably guessed, I have to carry him over the fence. After we crossed over, I let go of my dog, and he ran into the forest chasing down anything that moved. No worries though, my dog had a GPS on him, and I was able to track where he was. And he didn't go too far anyway, so it was fine. I started checking my rabbit traps, making sure there was nothing in them, and putting up more if any of them were broken. After I was finished with that, I checked the GPS on my phone, and my dog was standing completely still. This was odd. That dog was never still, but his ping on the radar was completely motionless. I decided I'd better go get him to check on him to make sure everything was all right. But as I was making my way to it, there my dog was approaching me, panting and ready to lick on my face when I bent down. His collar was gone. That was strange, I thought, so I looked back at the GPS. The marker had moved, and it was still moving, fast in my direction. It was moving twice as fast as I'd seen my dog move on the GPS before. It's hard to describe the kind of fear I felt when I saw that, but I was running with my dog in my hands and jumping over the fence in no time. Once I was over the fence, I continued running back to the condominium, but then I heard that telltale sound of something smacking against chain link fence. When I turned around, I saw a creature with curled horns and hoofed legs. It had its claws looped through the holes in the chain link fence, and it was staring at me. Then suddenly, it turned and bounded off into the forest, leaving my dog's collar at the edge of the fence. I didn't go back and get it. Not until a couple of days later, when I was brave enough. When I did go get it, I did it touch and go style, grabbing the collar and instantly going full speed back to the condominium. That was a scary experience, and it's what ended my rabbit hunting career for a while. The Lonely Man, from Carbon. I live in Maryland. I've lived here my whole 25-year-old life. Back in high school, I was a part of my track and field team. Running was and still is one of the few things I'm good at. As you'll see from my story, though, running was what got me into this mess, and yet it also got me out of it, or at least away from it, for the night. After high school, my parents let me move into their country rent property, under the condition that I either further my studies by attending college or remaining employed full-time. They even offered to let me take over payments for the house if I had the monthly income to do it, meaning I had the chance to make it my own home one day. I was lucky for this. Not too many kids out of high school had the opportunity to be homeowners out of the gate. I just needed to find a well-paying job. I wasn't really interested in going to college, honestly. I never really figured out what I wanted to do or be. So I thought I'd go to college one day when I was ready and had stable finances. My parents' rent house was located down a long dirt road through miles of pine and oak trees. It creeped out a lot of my friends that I had over, but I never really thought of the place as creepy at first. To me, it was really serene. Waking up for a morning jog and hearing nothing but birds and bugs, it really got me pumped for the day. And coming home at night for a brisk run after dark was almost better. Now, a week or so after moving in and keeping my tradition of running alive, I began to take notice that I wasn't so alone out there. I would do my runs along the dirt road, 2 miles in and 2 miles back, according to my Fitbit. The morning run was always solitary. I didn't seem to have a neighbor for miles, so I never saw any other walkers or cars passing by. But some nights were different. On occasion, on the way back home, I would sometimes pass by a man in a hood and a badly bent back. He'd be walking along the opposite side of the road, going the other way. The first few times I passed him, I would nod or wave, but I never received anything in response. I didn't mind. I took the hint. Some folks just don't want to be bothered. After about a week, I simply gave up the communication. Even so, I continued to keep an eye on him every time I saw him. Out there, almost alone, but always trying to keep myself occupied, it gave me something interesting to do. Observing him, trying to learn as much about him with the fleeting seconds I had with him those nights. I gathered some things about him. For one, he seemed to have a limp, and it almost seemed like it got worse every time I saw him. Also, I believe he carried something under his cloak. I thought it was a walking stick or something, but I never saw or heard it hit the ground. About a month into living at the place, I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of screaming coming from the woods. For a moment, I assumed it was one of those weird waking dream things. But after I rubbed my eyes and looked around, I heard it again. I stood up and faced my window, peering out. It was coming from the direction of the dirt road, for sure. A woman's scream. I threw on my loafers and ran outside. For a while there, I thought that would be the last of it. I didn't hear the sound again until I was reaching for the doorknob to head back inside. The moment I heard it from behind me, chills crept over my skin like freezing, biting ocean water. I was very sure then it was a woman's scream. Grabbing my cell phone, I dialed the police and reported what I'd heard. Within the next couple of hours, a police cruiser drove down the dirt road and into my driveway slowly. An officer stepped out while another officer remained in the car. The one that approached me verified that I was the one who reported the sound. Then he let me know that they would drive up and down the road for a while in case they saw anything, but so far there was nothing out of the ordinary. I stayed a couple of hours, but the police didn't come by again. I was told by the operator earlier that the region did have the occasional bobcat, and reports of strange screams often ended up being bobcat cries. As I didn't know any better, I left it at that. Over the next month, I managed to land myself a job at a local but well-to-do tech shop. Because it was local, they didn't require a degree. They had me put together a computer, then solve a list of 20 different common problems with a different computer. I passed, and they gave me the job with a guaranteed full-time position and $3 raise after 6 months. That meant I'd be 6 months away from taking over payments for the house. I was incredibly excited, and it meant that I'd be able to quit the fast food job I'd been working. A few weeks later, everything seemed to be going well. My runs were as enjoyable as ever. Better money was already coming in, but to be honest, I was starting to feel a bit lonely out there. I'd been seeing the hooded man on the road as usual, still limping, still carrying something around underneath that old, tattered cloak. After the screaming incident, I did feel a bit wary of the man, but that had long since passed. In fact, I'd begun to feel more and more, sorry for the guy. If I was lonely after a couple of months out here, he must have been well beyond lonesome. And the way he limped worse and worse over the weeks, I figured at one point that maybe, since he was kind of a neighbor to me, I'd keep him company one night. Sure, he had never replied to me, but that was when I'd had headphones in, and I was moving at a quicker pace. One night, as I was jogging back from the 2-mile mark, I spotted his disheveled form approaching steadily in the distance. The full moon allowed me to see a bit further than usual. I slowed down to a walk and I caught my breath. I thought about what I was going to say. Just as he was stumbling past, I breathed in and spoke to him. Hey there. Would you mind some company? For the first time since the first night I saw him, he reacted. The man stopped in his tracks. I turned to face him and approached his closest side. He began to walk again, and I walked next to him. I noticed his breathing was deep and slow, even a bit hoarse. More than ever, I was wondering why the guy so frequently took walks out here. what with a limp and trouble breathing and all that. So I see you around here from time to time on my runs. I tried to start a conversation. Do you, live nearby? I'm new around here myself. I actually didn't think I had any neighbors. Suddenly, I heard his limping gait stop. I looked over at him. He seemed to have stopped breathing. Then I heard a metallic clang on the rocks below him. Looking down, something smooth and silvery had hit the ground. It looked like an axehead. I swallowed hard and tried not to freak out. He was probably out here chopping wood, I guessed. Then something happened that I didn't expect. The man sighed, standing up to his full height. I personally stand at just about 6 feet tall, so I was surprised when he stood to my height. But my breathing stopped too, as he continued to stand to a taller and taller height. That bent back of his straightened entirely, and the cloak that had nearly dragged the ground before was now at waist height. Legs that should have belonged to an old man were instead backwards bent limbs ending in something that wasn't feet. At his side, in his massive hand, was certainly a wood-cutting axe, sheening in the light of the full moon. I didn't notice that I had fallen onto my butt staring up at this neighbor of mine. His hood had dipped backward a bit, and a forward-facing snout poked through the dark. I could see it grinding its teeth, each of them thick and ivory and square. These features reminded me of a goat more than anything else. It stood still, a mist forming in front of its mouth as it breathed perfectly well and silently, as if it was waiting for me to react now. And after finding my sanity, I pulled myself off the ground and ran faster than I ever had before. I had another 1.5 miles to go or so, and I ran the full way, only stopping when I was able to collapse on my own couch. After that experience, I ran only in the morning, and only after a week without running at all, terrified that I would see the hooded figure again. I would hear more screaming the odd day of the months as they went on, and eventually I was able to have the house's loan signed over to me. The moment should have been happy, but I couldn't help but feel as if I had trapped myself in my new forested hell with something that isn't human. To this day, I pray that I don't see another cloaked figure on that dirt road. My Mom Touched the Goatman, from Annie Oakley, 1976. My mother far from lived a mundane life. Being born of migrant parents, she was always on the move. Of all the places my mom lived, she regretted 2. One was in Orange County, California, and this is the reason why. She was about 6 at the time, and her parents, older brother, and baby sister lived in a hotel. They weren't allowed to enter the front because one of the owners who ran the place didn't like the way the family looked. So my mom's family was made to use an alley door, which was in a very poorly lit and spooky-looking alleyway. My mom bypassed this by slipping in an open window to the room her family was staying in. She got away with this for a while. Now, there was this big dog one of the neighbors had that loved all the children, but he didn't like my mom. Every time she tried to get near the dog, he would bare his teeth and growl at her. There didn't seem to be any reason why the dog should zone in on my mom to hate, since she never showed any sign of aggression to the creature. So my mom would just stay away. One faithful day, her parents sent my mom out for a grocery errand. Of course, my mom, being who she was, slid out the window, but it was this time her own mom bellowed out, "Stop that! Use the door!"
My mom just shrugged this off. After all, she was already out, so what did it matter? So she went to get the groceries and headed home. It had just become dusk, and Mom realized that her window entrance was closed shut and locked. Her fear began to peak. She didn't want to walk the 17 feet to the door she could barely see, so she rapped on the panel only to have her mom yell, "Use the door!" What could my mom do? If she kept defying her mother, it could end in a punishment, so she had to brave this dark alleyway. She had to take baby steps because 1, the alleyway sidewalk was in disrepair, and 2, it was that dark. She got about 10 feet in when she heard deep breathing, breaths that were not her own. She stopped, eyes wide, but couldn't see anything. She felt a tingling in her body that she wasn't alone. Braving it, she took a few more steps, only to now hear a low growl. She shivered and convinced herself it had to be that dog, the one that didn't like her. She kept telling herself she wasn't afraid as she shakily reached out her hand, feeling coarse fur, sighing, "Hey, doggy." The growl that came out of this creature did not sound like any dog, but much more sinister. As the thing huffed smelly breath at her, the growl almost sounded like it said, "You." My mom then let out one blood-curdling scream that would chill the blood of demons. Then she heard what she described as horse-like hooves running off. Her father opened the door half-panicked and asked, "Dolly, what happened?" My mom looked around. The smell of urine and wet fur hung light in the air, but other than that, there in that alley was only her and her dad. She sighed. "I guess I just, scared myself." Her dad shook his head and replied, "Well, come on in, okay?" My mom gladly did. From then on, she always made sure it was broad daylight before going in that alleyway again, and I think my mom's scream scared the Goatman. Security Guard Blues from 9 Iron. For me, the toughest part about being a security guard has been the boringness. Going hours upon hours between rounds, trying to figure out ways to pass the time. I would work from 10 o'clock to 6:30 a.m., watching over an old warehouse that might cave in at any second, by the looks of it. The place was a storage building for paper products. If it sounds boring already, multiply that by 2 and you've got the picture. Officially, we security guards weren't even allowed to look at our phones while on duty, but none of us obeyed the rule. While occasionally glancing at the monitors or at the clock to see if it was time for my rounds, I'd place my phone on the counter and watch YouTube videos. The longer the video, the better. I found it best to just find a long Let's Play with some at least mildly entertaining Let's Player and let it go for hours. Anyway, this story happened on one specific night. Don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed my job. If the worst part of my job is it being boring, then I'd consider that a blessing. But that night in particular had me reconsidering my employment for some time. It was 1:35 a.m., a long ways away from sunup. When I glanced at the clock, it was 5 minutes past when I was supposed to take my second round of the night. I sighed and got out of my chair, exiting the small mobile building with my torch in hand. Now, I never did like where they decided to place the security building. You exit through the door and you're met with woods on both sides, with the warehouse in front and a paved gated road to the left along the wood line. Darkness plus woods will always give me the creeps. I just can't help it. I made my way away from the security building, shining the light along the side wall of the warehouse. From there, I made my way to the side entry door. Using my set of keys, I began to unlock it, but I immediately heard something in the woods behind me. Chills literally flew up my neck as I turned around in an instant and shone the light left and right and in front of me. All I saw was a trembling branch. Nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. "Hey, this is private property," I yelled out. Someone had to have moved that branch. All the way out here, it was probably kids old enough to drive, but not old enough to be mature enough to think that pranking someone was a silly idea. If that wasn't the reason, then surely any thieves would realize paper products weren't exactly the most lucrative items to steal. I stood there for at least a minute, motionless, thinking that if I was quiet enough, then the culprit might reveal themselves. But nothing happened. I reluctantly turned around, finishing unlocking the door. Once I finally had it unlocked, I opened it and entered faster than usual. My creepiness had escalated thanks to that sound. The building interior was mostly empty. I simply had to shine the light from corner to corner, slowly checking and making sure nothing was missing, out of place, or human. I did so, the light beam gliding along the walls as everything appeared fine, except for how shaky my hand had become. Once that was clear, I made my way upstairs where the manager's office was, including the archives. That was arguably the more important area to check, as that's where the planning was done and the keys and paperwork were held. I climbed the steps, and about halfway up I heard something on the wall just to my right that nearly made me fall back down the steps. A massive bang reverberated throughout the building, originating from my exact position by the wall. Instead of turning to face the wall, I held tightly to the rails, grabbing at my chest afterwards. My heart very much pounded and ached with fright. When my heart and mind both calmed down, I gulped and thought about the situation. Whatever hit the building had hit the wall about 12 feet up. As I said, I'd been halfway up the steps. The wall had been hit right where I'd been from the outside. Naturally, my thought, or rather my hope, was that it had been a fallen branch. But there hadn't been any wind that night, and there wasn't enough to make that much of a difference anyway. I needed to head outside to see what it was, to not only clear my mind, but also because it was part of my job. Anything out of the ordinary would need to be investigated, possibly reported, and recorded. I was terrified to step outside, though. At this point, I figured there was someone out there, or some sort of animal, especially after that first sound in the moving branch. I shook it off and reminded myself that this was my job. I headed down the steps and proceeded out of the side entry door. I would need to follow the outside wall, then round the corner to arrive at the back wall, where I'd been at on the inside. I walked calmly, shining the light straight, but making sure I was well aware of all the possible noises around me. Just before I rounded the corner, I heard the weirdest sound. A sort of chanting grunt that sounded repeatedly, monotone and in a loop. It was coming from beyond that corner. My whole body tensed up as I approached. I swear a cold sweat had developed on my forehead. I decided I would do it all at once, jump around the corner, and shine my light on the perpetrator, while reaching to my side, pretending I had a weapon when I was actually entirely unarmed and defenseless. 1, 2, 3. I jumped around the corner. The back wall was clear. The forest beside it was still, but the sounds continued. It took me a moment, but I soon realized it was coming from the woods, which were now at my right and only a few yards away. I breathed in deeply, about to roll my eyes at the constant stress of the night, when I focused my eyes on something in the woodline. Legs. Massive legs that went up to my chest and bent at a weird angle. They were covered in fur. I followed them upward to see an oddly small torso, bony and also covered in fur. The arms attached to it were extremely thin and reaching up into the tree next to it. At first I thought I had interrupted the creature climbing up into the tree, but as I got a good look at its face and the way it was moving, it was clear it had been climbing down the tree as if it had been waiting for me. When I saw the face, I gasped. It was a mess of disgusting, greasy, matted hair or beard with 2 black beady eyes set way back in its skull. At the sides of its head were curled horns similar to that of a ram, though its snout reminded me more of a goat. Now my instincts took over. You can laugh or roll your eyes at what I did next, but I can tell you with all honesty that this is how my body decided to react. I screamed, my arm whirling back. Then I chunked my heavy black flashlight or torch at the thing, causing it to flinch just slowly enough that the metal flashlight hit it in the shoulder. It grunted as I ran like a scared little boy all the way back to the security building. I watched the monitors, which unfortunately did not record hardly any portions of the woodline. The cameras were set primarily on the warehouse. And this creature, using the forest as cover, moved to the back of the security building, still grunting while beginning to shove on the side of it, causing the thing to rock back and forth. This continued for 5 minutes or so, as I had to quite literally remind myself to breathe in my panic. When it stopped, I stayed put and quiet until morning, at which the next guy opened the door to the security building, seeing me halfway on the floor and horrified. I explained that I had nearly been attacked by some animal, and I let them know to watch out for something big in those woods, but I kept the rest of the details to myself. I continued to work at that job since then, but not one time after that did I encounter anything even remotely similar. To this day, I pray that everything that I experienced was just a very vivid and bad dream or night terror or something, but I know that that's denial on my part. Wish me luck, everyone. I still work here. And just as a note, don't take your boring job for granted. The Standing Goat, from Jacobs. My friend, let's call him Fred, used to work as a ballpark mower. He'd show up once a week at the ballpark during baseball season, early in the morning before sunrise, and cut the grass. It wasn't a major league ballpark or anything, just what the kids used for their leagues. Anyway, we would hang out at his place, playing video games, and after a beer or two, he would always talk about how much he missed the job. And he definitely missed that old zero-turn mower he could work with. He never could afford to buy one for himself, though. On one occasion, after Fred had a few more beers than usual, he suddenly paused our co-op session of Halo and breathed for a moment. Then he said something kinda eerie. Want to know the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me? Being his friend, and a bit of a weirdo myself, I obviously and quickly answered with a yes. This is what he said. I'll tell it from his point of view. So I used to cut those ball fields for the city. I've told you that a dozen times before, I'm sure, but the creepiest thing I ever saw happened one early morning before the sun came up, while cutting the Northern Diamond. I had the mower going, it was loud as usual, couldn't even hear myself think. So I never did hear the thing, not until I shut the mower off to refill the gas and check the oil. I knelt down pouring the gas in the mower when I suddenly heard this weird sound. It was like a chugging sound, like a car motor mixed with a deer call. Strangest thing I ever heard. I thought to myself, that's weird, and it sounded close too. I turned my head to the left where this hill led down into a ditch, and there I saw it. You'll never believe it when I say it, but I ain't lying. It was standing on the other side of the fence, on that hill. Now, you know that thing from the old Hercules Disney cartoon? The Danny DeVito goat thing? Imagine that, but instead of being short and fat, this thing was like a thin druggie, taller than either of us too. It had these big, straight, pointed horns going backward from its head, with eyes that seemed to reflect yellow. Its teeth were bared and nearly sparklingly white. It was just standing there, goat legs, human torso, goat head, all that. It was just watching me, like it was mad that I had just cut up the grass it wanted to eat. I stood up and stared back at it. After a few jarring minutes, it walked away and disappeared over the hill. I never did see it again. That was my friend Fred's quick and pretty creepy experience. I've always trusted the guy. I can't think of one time he's ever lied to me, and I believe it wholeheartedly. Sometimes the creepiest and most unexplained things in existence are just a head turn away. Be careful out there.
Goatman is not a morning person. Submitted by Sarah N. This wasn't a sighting per se, as I never actually got a good look at whatever decided to antagonize me. I can't decide if that makes me happy or if it made the experience all the more terrifying. I live in a rural part of Maryland that is chock full of weird creatures and spooky folktales. Big Liz, werewolves in Delaware, Swamp Man of Delmarva, the list goes on. But the Goatman himself, he always just seemed too far-fetched for me. That is, until the spring of 2003. My parents had moved us to a new house the previous year, a dilapidated, run-down old thing, but I loved it for one reason. It sat on nearly 4 acres of woods. It had plenty of space to roam around and explore as a young kid. Christmas the prior year had been pretty nice, giving me a few girly things, but also some new outdoorsy things, like a BB gun and a Swiss knife. But the thing that I loved most of all was this silly little Charmander clock that would make Charmander noises and play a snippet of the Pokemon theme as its alarm. I set the thing every night religiously, and I woke up ready to conquer everything school could throw at me the next day. One day, I set my alarm as usual, but when it went off at 6:30, all hell broke loose, because a huge force hit the wall of my bedroom from the outside, shaking the entire house and causing things to fall off of my shelves. I literally yelped and fell out of my bed. I sat there on the floor wondering what had happened, until my mom walked over into my room, red-faced and angry. "What the hell are you doing?" she screeched at me. I stammered out some kind of reply, but I really had no good answer beyond, it wasn't me. As you can imagine, that went over really well. Trying to shrug off the whole situation, I got ready and left for school. When I got home, I ran back to my room. I looked all over the wall, all over the floor, but there was nothing that could have generated that much force, even if it fell from somewhere really high. Cautiously, I decided I would check outside. So I walked out and looked at the outside wall of my bedroom. I found nothing on the wall itself, but I did find a weird set of footprints on the ground. It was hard to tell exactly what they were because of the grass, but it did leave enough of a footprint to tell me that whatever it was had hooves. The tracks seemed to have torn up the ground around it slightly, as if the thing had been next to the wall when my alarm went off and probably gotten spooked. My mind immediately went to a wild ram or something. The alarm clock must have freaked it out, so it attacked whatever was close by. But the yellow siding on the house was dented and warped. I had never really looked before, so I wasn't sure if it was there in the first place or if it was something new. But assuming that a wild ram couldn't do something like that, I just chalked it up to its old age. Still though, the possible implications otherwise were terrifying to say the least. It still made me feel uneasy. So I headed back inside,
for the most part forgetting that ever happened. I would still hear strange noises if I stayed up late, or if I snuck out to the living room after midnight to watch anime. Sometimes I swear I heard grunting or sniffing at the windows, but I never really got the courage to look. Occasionally, I would see flashes of brown moving through the trees during the day. I stopped going off the trails in the woods, eventually avoiding them altogether. My fear was beginning to get the best of me. A few months later, near the end of the summer, my best friend came over to spend the weekend with me. For the sake of the story, we'll change her name to Susie. Now, Susie didn't exactly jump at the chance to go running through the woods like I used to, but she would walk the trails with me sometimes if she was feeling generous or brave. She must have been feeling really generous this day, as she actually suggested herself we go for a walk. I hadn't told anyone that I had stopped going out there, so of course I was caught in my own foolish pride, and away we went. The last thing I wanted to say was that I was afraid of the forest. The walk started out pleasant enough. Good company, beautiful trees, singing birds. So eventually I relaxed, and I began to enjoy the hike, even as we looped around and were heading back. That is, until the birds stopped singing, and every hair on the back of my neck stood up.
Hey.
A voice called. I must have jumped a few feet in the air. Of all things I'd expected out there, a voice didn't make the list. Susie called out in reply, "Who's there?" The voice chuckled. I felt shivers run up my spine. That sound was eerily similar to the sniffing noises I'd been hearing at night.
You both look so cute. Why don't you come over here?
The voice said. It sounded odd, like having a sore throat, and they were trying to overcompensate by enunciating every word. The kicker was that the voice kind of sounded like my brother, and kind of like my neighbor, switching between the tones like it couldn't decide who to be. Survival mode kicked in. I looked deeper into the woods, trying to pinpoint this stranger. Last thing I wanted was for us to run smack dab into some psycho's open arms.
Especially you, Sarah. You look really cute.
And that was enough. We were done. Realizing the voice was off and to the left, deeper into the woods, I grabbed Susie's hand and dashed back to the house. Susie, still shaken, looked at me with frightened eyes. We didn't speak of it again. We just pretended it hadn't happened at all. Hindsight being 20/20, we probably should have. It could have been a pervert for all we knew then. A few years later, and I'm cruising the web when I come across a site for strange things in Maryland. While reading, I learned more about the Goatman, even going into his ridiculous origin story. I laughed at first, but I kept reading. The farther I got, the more relieved I was that we moved into a new house not too long after our encounter. The Goatman supposedly can mimic voices, luring people to their untimely deaths. He's been known to throw his body against cars, and he more than often has cloven hooves. I can say that I'm glad I never actually saw this Goatman. What little I did experience was quite enough, thank you very much. I drove by that house not too long ago since I was feeling a bit nostalgic and was in the area. It's falling down now due to neglect and a sinking foundation, but the dent in the siding is still there, and the woods seem to be the same. I just know that I'm never going back in there to see if he's still around. Goatman at my bonfire. Submitted by Anonymous. Let me start off by saying I'm a 16-year-old boy. I grew up hearing stories from Boggy Creek to La Llorona, sometimes even about the Goatman. Me and my girlfriend were planning a date for weeks, so I decided to pick her up and take her out to dinner. We ended up having a really nice time, but we still wanted to hang out with each other. So I invited her to come with me to my brother's place. They lived right by her, so I could walk her home whenever I wanted. She called her dad and told him she was going with me, that I would walk her home myself afterwards. He said okay, so we went to my brother's. We made a fire and sat under the canopy. My brother told us stories, but one we really enjoyed was the story of the Goatman. My brother said, "I saw him just up the hill over there." He swore that it was true, but we didn't actually believe him. After a while, my brother left inside, so me and my girlfriend began to make out. At one point, she checked the time, and she said it was 11, and she had to be back by 12. I said okay and kept it in mind. And to note, we are in the country, so keep that in your head. We kept kissing, but we were soon interrupted by my brother's dog barking. He sounded frantic. We got up and went inside to get some of my hunting gear. I'd left my gear there the week prior. I grabbed my shotgun and I gave her a 9mm handgun and a flashlight. I had no problem with this because she was no stranger to shooting guns. So we went to check out what the dogs were barking at, but there was nothing out there. After waiting and looking around for a bit, we went inside. We accidentally fell asleep and woke up at about 12:30. She knew she'd already be in trouble, so my girlfriend called her dad. She lied and said that she had gone over to her friend Sarah's house and that they had fallen asleep, so he told her it was okay that she could spend the night. And my brother was okay with her staying there, so we went back to bed. I got up at around 2 in the morning to get a glass of water. While I was drinking, something moved outside as a large shadow passed over the window and was exemplified by the bright streetlights outside. By then the dogs began to bark and go nuts again, so I woke up my girlfriend and told her to get the guns and flashlight. I told her to keep the lights steady while I looked around, but when we went out there our stomachs sank because we saw something standing tall. Something that was almost a goat, but only in the head and the legs because the rest of its body was human. I took aim. The thing looked like it was going to charge. So I shot at it, and when I did, it let out this high-pitched, hellish scream, and it ran crazily fast into the trees. My girlfriend and I ran back inside, slamming the door and locking it fast. We didn't go back to sleep for the rest of the night, and we trembled in fear together whenever we heard the dogs start barking again. It was honestly the most crazy thing I've ever seen in my life, and the most terrifying. To everyone out there, don't just roll off something because it's simply a story, because more stories than you think have a basis in reality. Something in the Woods. Submitted by Liam. For privacy reasons, I will not use my real name or anyone else involved in the story. The story all started when I was 10. I was camping with 3 of my friends, Dan, Ryan, and Connor, all 3 4 years older than me, but we did manage our friendship even with the large gap. So we all went up to Tioga County, Pennsylvania, to celebrate Dan's birthday. His father, who we'll call Frank, drove us all up there to one of the campsites. We started to set up our tents until we heard rustling in the bushes. They were about 5 inches away from the campsite. At first we thought it was a coyote or something like that, but that wasn't the case. Everyone was frozen, not trying to make any noise to startle whatever the hell this was. But I couldn't stay still. I grabbed my rifle. It was a Remington Model 700 BDL. My father had given it to me before he was deployed in Iraq. I always had 4 or 5 bullets with me, just in case one bullet wasn't enough. I slowly walked towards the bush, with my rifle raised and ready. But the bush was now still and quiet. Ryan began to mumble, and then he said, "Liam." He sounded very, very startled as he said it, and that's when I immediately saw something. And whatever it wasn't human. It stood about 7 feet tall, with goat-like legs. I am a fan of the paranormal, and instantly I knew that this thing must have been the Goatman. The thing was just standing there on top of the hill, staring down at us. We all stood still for what felt like the longest minute of our lives, not knowing what to do but panicking on the inside. It was as if we were frozen in a trance, until eventually the thing turned around and walked away. We couldn't stop talking about what we saw all night. It was really the most bizarre thing we'd ever seen. 4 years later, we went back to that very same campsite because Connor would be going to the army a few days later. Everything was all right. That is, until 11:30 that first night. I began to hear screaming, or at least they sounded like screams. I quickly got up, grabbing my same Model 700 BDL, as well as getting out of the tent, and I swear, that same thing that we saw before, it was there again, now ripping apart a deer. Even having a strong stomach, as I'd done some butchering with my cousin in the past, it made me sick watching this thing. I could hear it gnashing and tearing. So I quickly loaded a bullet into the chamber, slamming the bolt forwards. I fired at its leg, and the moment the bullet hit, the thing snapped its head toward me and let out a blood-curdling scream. I loaded another round, but the thing took off. Dan, Connor, and Ryan all saying in unison, "What the heck, Liam? Why'd you do that?" I wasn't surprised that they had yelled at me, but I did tell them what happened. And they believed me. We'd all seen it before, and they believed me 100%. We all barely slept that night. At 6 in the morning, we packed our things and left without question. If I hadn't shot it, I have no idea what it would have done to me or my friends. Goatman Forest, submitted by Logan Frost. I live in Illinois, right by the border of Indiana. Now, living in the Midwest, there are a lot of paranormal stories regarding the legendary Goatman and how he stalks the woods of Illinois and Indiana. I thought it was a load of crap, to be honest, and by God, I was wrong. It was the fall of 2015, and I had just gotten my driver's license, so I was obviously looking forward to driving with my friends. I picked up my friends Sharon and Riley, and we went driving on country roads. We were talking about anything and everything going on, excited about our senior year, when suddenly a deer ran across the road. It scared the heck out of me. At least it wasn't the Goatman, Sharon joked, obviously referring to the rash of sightings around this place lately. "Oh, shut up, that's just a story to keep kids out of the woods," I replied. "Okay then, prove me wrong," Sharon said. I took that as a challenge. We began heading to the area where the latest sighting happened the month prior, and honestly, I was a bit nervous. We pulled onto the road, and I stopped. "What are you doing?" Sharon asked, a little confused. Out of the window, I let out my best goat sound, laughing as I sat back down in my seat. "See? Told you it was..." Before I could finish, suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek came from the woods ahead of us. It was terrifying and insanely loud, and it sounded goat-like and a scream fused together. And at the same time, I felt very stupid for making that call into the woods. We were all quiet. Then the sound came again, much, much closer. "We need to get the hell out of here," Riley screamed. I floored the gas so hard my tires spun before taking off. We were driving down the road, and then I took the curve, and my lights caught the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. In the field nearby, only about 15 feet from my car, was this creature. It had legs like a goat, matted and gray. The torso was human, with the same matted and dirty hair. And its freaking head. It was like a goat's, with horns, but it had a human face. "Are you seeing this?" Sharon asked, anxious and shaky. Riley's eyes were wide and her mouth opened. Not once in my life have I ever seen her this scared. And I was terrified. I felt like it was staring into my soul. Suddenly, this animal screamed again, and I kid you not, it charged at our car. We screamed, and I floored it again as fast as I could. The road was straight at that point, and it was bright that night. Riley could not stop looking out of the back window, yelling up to the front, "It's still there!" I gazed into my rearview mirror, and the creature was coming up on us unnaturally fast. I pushed the gas even harder. We must have been going 80 miles per hour at that point. The next time I looked in the mirror, it was gone. A few minutes later, we got to the main road, and we headed straight to Riley's house as hers was the closest. When I finally parked and turned off the car, we just sat there in silence for about 15 minutes. We didn't talk, we didn't move. I guess we were all just trying to take it all in. Finally, still in silence, we all got into the car and walked into the house. We went to Riley's room. We were wary since the road where we saw that thing was barely 10 minutes away. We just closed the curtains and watched TV, and we ate some pizza. It took a while, but soon we were laughing again and acting like usual. But not one moment during that night did the thought of that thing leave my mind. The next day, as I drove Sharon home, we decided to go on that road again, since it was bright sunny that day and we were getting brave. We saw the tire marks that we left, and we slowed down by the field where we saw the thing. In the dirt right outside the window, there were 2 hooves going about 2 inches into the ground. "We saw the freaking Goatman," I said, both stunned and a bit disturbed. Now, every time I go to Riley's, I can't help but think, where's this thing at now? And that question terrifies me. The Kentucky Goatman. Submitted by J. Guy. Let me first give some background on the time and place of this happening. It was back in 2006, and it was late fall. At the time of the sighting, I was 13, and I lived in a desolate part of Kentucky. Next to my house, I have a great big field and a massive forest. I'm an outdoors type of person, and I enjoy going out into the woods with my friends. Along with my years out in the wildlife, I'm also no stranger to stories of scary creatures such as the Goatman, Dogman, and Bigfoot. I still love to go out into the woods with friends, and I do what normal 13-year-olds do. On the day in question, I was very bored, and I had decided to go into the woods by myself. And it turned out to be one of the biggest mistakes of my life. I set off into the woods, and everything felt okay and peaceful. I heard birds, and I saw the occasional dog walker. But it seemed the deeper I got into the woods, the quieter everything got. It was so otherworldly. The birds stopped singing. There was nobody around, and I got the biggest feeling of uneasiness that came over me. I had no reason really to feel that way, and I tried my hardest to let it go, but I couldn't. I was in total fear of that feeling of being stalked or something. So overwhelmed, I decided to turn back, when all of a sudden, I heard this grunt behind me, and I turned around. About 30 yards or so down the trail opposite from where I was going to head back, this tall creature, about 7 feet tall or so, with muddy gray shaggy hair, was just standing there. Seconds felt like hours as its glowing yellow eyes were staring right through me. Its head resembled a ram. It had huge horns on its head coming out of the sides. At that moment, I had never been more afraid in my life. So I simply ran, and I ran. I heard it growling and running behind me, and unfortunately, it sounded closer by the second. I ran for what felt like 5 solid minutes. Suddenly, in the creek nearby, I heard a large splash, and right after that, the sound of it following me close had gone. I looked behind me, and the thing was nowhere to be seen. But that didn't stop me from running full speed back home. When I got to my house, I never spoke about the incident to anyone. I don't know what to believe that was, but if I had to say something, I would say it was the Kentucky Goatman, The woods may look like a nice place to go hiking or fishing or camping, but always watch your surroundings because you never know what's following you. Goatman in Tennessee. Submitted by Magnus H. This happened 3 years ago. I live out in the country in the middle of Tennessee. Before I get started, let me debunk the comments that I know will be said. 1. There are no bears or similar-sized animals in Middle Tennessee. There are black bears in East Tennessee and in the Smoky Mountains, but that's about it. 2. I do drink beer, but I'm not a heavy drinker, nor was I drunk during this. By the time of this event, I'd been pot-free for 2 years, and I've never touched anything heavier. So at my house in the countryside, there's a lot of woods and very few neighbors. Few and far between. The place is gorgeous. We had my house, the shop, which I shared with my dad. This shop had 2 sides. My side had blacksmithing tools, an anvil, and a forge, and my dad's side had woodworking tools for building guitars. And besides that, we also had a small garden. The day this occurred, my sister, who is 12, is in the house practicing her guitar, while my dad is working on making a guitar. I was in my part of the shop, blacksmithing, and my stepmom is working in the garden. I went outside to cool off, as blacksmithing shops can get very, very hot fast because of the forge. I looked in the direction of the edge of the woods when I saw a goat's head poking out of the tree line. I thought one of my neighbor's goats escaped its pen, so I went to the goat to try and return it to the neighbor. I start walking, and I get about 10 feet away when the goat simply turns and runs back into those woods. I say to myself, whatever, and think nothing more of it. So after cooling down, I go back to my shop. I turn off the forge and equipment to go inside to play some video games. Before I know it, dinner time rolls around, and while we're eating, I mention the goat I saw to my dad, and my dad tells me it was a wild goat, because our neighbor didn't have a goat that looked like that. You see, the one I saw had light brown fur, and a black diamond tuft shape of fur on its head between its eyes. As we are talking, we begin to hear footsteps on the back porch, pacing back and forth. My dad goes to the back door with a gun, but he sees no one. He sits back down at the table, only for the footsteps to start up again. My dad is angry now, and he goes back with his gun, and again he sees nothing. So agitated, he sits back down. This time, whoever was out there, they ring the doorbell. Immediately, my dad tells me to text my friend Ryan. Ryan was a guy who liked to joke around. My dad says, text Ryan and tell him to cut that crap out. I'm this close to running out that door and beating the living crap out of him. Apparently, he thought it was Ryan, and I was hoping he was right. Ryan replies, saying that at the moment he's down in Florida with family. I tell my dad Ryan's response. My dad goes and locks the back door, keeping an eye out through the windows. Everyone's staying up late, far later than usual, and though it's quiet, we all have this feeling of fear and dread within us. Soon, everyone passes out in the living room, but I'm the only one left awake. To be completely honest, I was a bit too creeped out to go to sleep. All of a sudden, while I'm sitting there, I hear something outside. This time it's not footsteps. It sounds like a scream, like a mix between a guttural deer call and a goat's bleating. I get up to tell my dad what I just heard, but he's already up and at attention by the time I get to him. My dad had heard the same thing. With his rifle in hand, he grabs a shotgun for me and hands it to me. We go outside to investigate. We don't even get off the back porch before we see it. The thing was 8 feet tall, had a human shape, but its legs were all bent at weird angles, and it had hooves for feet. All over it, it had long matted fur. But what scared me the most was a small detail. This creature, it had the same black tuft of fur in a diamond shape between its eyes. It looked the same as the goat I saw just before. What was terrifying was what it had in its right hand. It carried a hand axe. I recognized the axe as one I made of Damascus steel. That thing had been in my blacksmithing shop. In its left hand was the body of a young boy who looked no older than 8 years old. This goat creature was holding him by the neck. The boy had blood all over him. Me and my dad kept our guns aimed on it. It stomped threateningly in our direction to intimidate us, but as soon as it did, my dad fired his rifle, hitting the thing in the chest. I also fire my shotgun. As soon as I do, I see pieces of its horns chip off like dust, but the thing is still standing. It simply turned and ran off into the night, sadly, with the bloodied boy in his hands, and it still had my axe. I fell to my knees on our porch, in total disbelief of what we just did, of what we saw. I've heard the strange sightings of things in the woods. I've heard the ghost stories, but nothing prepared me for this satanic twist on some freaking fairy tale. That night changed how I viewed the world. I used to think life was peaceful and even boring sometimes. But now I know there really are monsters. The next morning comes, and I didn't get a wink of sleep. My dad soon sees something on the local news we'll never forget. A missing child report. The missing child was the body in the creature's hands the night before. It was our neighbor's nephew. Me and my dad never told anyone about what we saw, and we haven't seen that thing since. But I'm sharing this with you now, telling this story that might make me sound like a nutcase, because all of you need to know that this thing is still out there, and it probably isn't the only one. So please, keep a safe eye on your kids, especially when they play near the woods. Goatman's Bridge, submitted by Christian. In June of 2016, me and a couple of friends of mine were trying to think of something exciting to do. We were all 19-year-old college students, and being back in our boring town away from all the parties wasn't exactly exciting. So one of my friends, let's call him James, pitched the idea of going to the Goatman's Bridge later that night. I instantly agreed. Our other friend though, let's call him Dave, was very hesitant at first, but eventually agreed. If you grew up in the Dallas area, you've probably heard of or have been to the Old Alton Bridge, otherwise known as the Goatman's Bridge. It's a relatively small and old bridge in Corinth, Texas. You can Google or even look up the bridge on YouTube and find some pretty creepy stuff about it. And the story on how it got the name Goatman's Bridge is creepy in and of itself. Back in the early 20th century, there was a local goat farmer named Oscar, but he was actually really successful at it, so life was good for him. The only problem is that he was African American, and the local chapter of the KKK did not like that at all. So one day, they kidnapped and took him to the Old Alton Bridge, tied him in a noose, and threw him over the side. The only thing was, when they peered over to look at the body, all they saw was an empty noose. Of course, they got spooked and went to his house and killed the rest of his family and his goats. Now people say the bridge is haunted by Oscar, or some sort of inhuman demon that's out for vengeance. We drove from Capel to Corinth, which wasn't a long drive, only about 20 minutes. The entire way there I was excited and a bit reminiscent. I used to live in Corinth when I was a child, and my house was only a minute or two away from Goatman's Bridge. When we arrived, it was already dark. The only light came from the moon, and that wasn't much. We hopped out of our vehicle and headed towards the bridge. The bridge had been retired for years now and is surrounded by woods on all sides. We finally got to the bridge and we stopped and sat for a little bit, but we eventually got bored and decided to walk the trails in the surrounding forest, which was also said to be haunted. About 15 minutes into walking, James suddenly stops and he says, "Do you hear that?" Dave and I paused our conversation and we listened with him, but we didn't hear a thing. I told him, "Bro, I didn't hear anything. You must be imagining things." He replied, "Well, that's just it. There's not a single sound." As soon as he said that, I realized how right he was. It was almost as if someone pressed the mute button on the forest. I had this gut feeling that we needed to get the hell out of there. I told them that I thought we should turn around right now. But James and Dave whined and said that we're already out here and we should just go a little further. I didn't really have a choice. My phone was low on battery, and James had the only flashlight. I was not about to walk back through these woods alone in the dark. After taking maybe only 3 or 4 steps, I felt a sudden and cold breeze on my neck. I turned around, but saw nothing. I brushed it off as the wind and my spiked paranoia, but I couldn't shake the fact that that wind on my neck felt like someone's cold breath. After walking a few more minutes, we came to this partial clearing in the woods. There was a structure of some sorts a little ways out. It looked to be about the size of a shed or a small porta-potty. We all stopped and looked out at it, trying to focus and see just what it was. And then in the trees behind us, we heard what only can be described as footsteps. Well, not footsteps per se. To take a chance at sounding insane, it sounded more like cloven hooves, to be honest. The steps didn't have that second beat like a person's foot would have. Each step was one loud and solid thump. It sounded like a horse or goat was nearby, but it didn't sound right. I almost had a heart attack when I heard this. We spun around as quick as possible. I was frantically scanning the woods to see what made this noise. But now the sound had stopped, and the only sound that remained was our breathing. We all collectively agreed none of us were having fun anymore, and we needed to leave. But literally, right as we turned around to walk back down the trail, we heard knocking coming from that building. And I mean, it sounded exactly like someone was knocking on a door. The building was a good 50 meters away from us. The noise seemed almost a little too loud for how far away it was, if that makes sense. But that was all it took. We booked it back all the way through the trail. As we were almost back to the bridge, I heard a sound that was more clear than anything. It was the sound of something stamping its foot, and then a huff of breath, as if some unseen creature was about to charge at us. We were out of breath when we finally made it back to the bridge. It took a few minutes, but we were all talking and trying to make light of the creepy situation. Dave and I both shakily lit a cigarette to calm our nerves. We just sat there on the bridge about ready to go home. Then James says in a loud voice, "Oscar, if you're here, we're sorry. We didn't mean to make you mad or anything." Before he could finish, we heard a giant branch snap and splash into the river below the bridge. We all simultaneously cussed, then Reggie pushed it back to our car. All of us got out of there as fast as possible. The Goatman, submitted by Jeff. When I was younger, me and my sibling were home alone one day. Our parents often stayed out really late getting drunk, so we were often alone at home. We would often sleep in the living room, and when I was that young, I would leave the front door open for my mom and dad to come through whenever they were ready. You see, I didn't know any better. I just didn't want my mom or dad to get hurt fumbling for keys, or to not be able to get inside and get angry about it. It was just easier and seemed like a good idea to leave the front door unlocked for when they finally got back. And yes, the front door is right there in the living room. So we're all sleeping on various couches and sofas, when suddenly, the oldest of all of us shoves me awake. When I open my sleepy and tired eyes, I see that her face was ghostly white. When I asked what was wrong, she said, "Look at the doorknob." Still very tired, having trouble just lifting myself up, I looked over at the doorknob, and sure enough, it was turning, as if someone was trying to open it. My sister immediately ran over and locked the door. I was confused. It was certainly Mom or Dad trying to come back inside. I asked, "Why did you lock it?" But she simply shushed me. Then she went to grab a baseball bat from our room. I was still confused until I heard a voice on the other side of the door.
"Jenny, Aaron, open the door for your dear mother."
It kind of sounded like my mom's voice, but much more raspy and inhuman. I'm her child. It didn't take me 3 seconds to realize that what was on the other side of that door was not my mother. And the way it had 2 tracks to its voice, that told me that this wasn't a person at all. This thing trying to copy my mother's voice. It gave me goosebumps all over my body. I began to cry, and my sister began to pray to God for that thing to leave. And eventually, the doorknob stopped turning, and the thing walked away. Later on that night, our parents finally came home, the real ones, so we told them what we heard and saw. Our dad went outside with his shotgun, and he said he didn't see a thing. So we went back to bed, albeit we didn't get much sleep. 2 weeks later, we were outside playing hide and seek in the woods with our younger sibling who was 12. It began getting very dark, so we started on the 2-mile walk back home. At one point, I suddenly hear behind me,
"Jenny, Aaron, open the door for your dear mother."
The very same words, spoke in the same way from that night 2 weeks ago. The thing that had tried to get into us, it was here with us now, and this time, there was no door separating us from it. Instantly, we all turned, and we saw a picture that we'll never forget. My mouth opened wide with disbelief. It was not a person. It had legs like a goat, with the upper body of a man, but it had a goat's head with very large horns. Then a putrid smell hit our noses, a smell that smelled like rotting. Our instincts kicked in, the instincts that told us that we were being hunted. So we turned and ran as fast as we could back home. I didn't look back once because I'd never been that scared before. When we made it home, we flung the door open quickly and ran inside, locking it behind us. Our father was in the kitchen, and we told him again what we saw. He set us down, and now that we saw it, he said it was time for him to admit the truth. Those 2 weeks ago, when he walked outside with the shotgun, he said he saw it standing in the tree line, standing on 2 legs. He said he couldn't tell us because 1, he didn't want us to be scared, and 2, he was so afraid that he couldn't even lift up his gun to take aim. He told us to never go back into those woods. Goatman in My Basement, submitted by Jack. One night, I thought I was alone in my house, just watching some TV. I suddenly heard a noise down from my basement. This has happened before, and I assumed that something had just fallen down, so I didn't really pay much attention to it. I sat there feeling safe in my home, assuming that all my doors were locked, and that nothing could get into me. But soon I heard the noise again. I told myself once more, nothing is down there, I'm just paranoid. I continued watching the TV, when of course I heard it once more. So I walked downstairs to get to the basement. As I opened the door, I heard something from the kitchen. Someone was in my house. I called my friend. He said he'd be over in 10 minutes, so I went to my room and I waited, with the door locked. I could have sworn that the whole place was locked up. Then how would the kitchen door be able to open? Over the next 5 minutes, I heard a lot of noises in my house, and I called out, "Who's there?" But nobody would answer. I opened my door very slowly, peeking down the hallway before I exited. I leaned over at the top of the stairs and peeked down. I looked towards the basement. And then I heard a loud scream. I was paralyzed. It was coming from within my house, and it didn't sound like a person. It sounded like some sort of distressed animal. I continued to watch towards the basement when I saw it. I made eye contact with this horrible creature. It was an animal unlike anything I've ever seen. It nearly resembled a goat, almost, but the thing was standing up on its back 2 hooves, as if it were a person. I was horrified. I then heard the front door opening. My friend was here, and right away, I imagined what horrible things would happen to him if he walked in and was blindsided by this Goatman thing. So I choked down my fear, and I did what I had to do. I jumped to the floor and ran right to the front door. I opened it, and my friend saw my face. He asked why I looked like I saw a ghost, but I pulled him further outside and shut my door. I told him exactly what I saw, no matter how crazy it may have sounded, and then I ran. My buddy, unable to ask a question about what I had just said, he took off with me. I don't think he believed me, and I don't blame him. We ran to his vehicle, got inside, and locked the doors. He looks at me a bit irritated and says, "Man, stop joking. What's going on?" But I just repeated what I told him, that there was someone in my house, and that I saw something like a goat and a man mixed. He was frowning now, and I think he was starting to realize that I wasn't lying. I dialed 911, and we waited in the car for the rest of the night, even after the cops showed up and didn't find anything but the back door wide open. Of course, I didn't tell the cops what I saw. I'd simply told them that someone broke in while I was home. But it scares me knowing that they didn't find it, because that just means it's still out there. Where I live, I'm surrounded by woods, and it irks me to know it could be hiding anywhere, behind any tree, at any time, waiting for me to leave a door unlocked. But why did it head down to the basement? Did it smell something it liked, or was it seeking a better spot to jump out at me? It's an experience like this that makes you think of all those stories differently. Honestly, I was that guy that made fun of people who admitted to seeing things that didn't make any sense. Like, you saw the dog man, whatever. You saw a ghost? Well, what were you smoking? But now I feel very guilty about that. It really makes you a bit humble when something inhuman breaks into your house. Goatman's Bridge Encounter, submitted by Tiffany B. There's a ghost story a friend of mine told me about a place called Goatman's Bridge. The long and short of the story is way back when there was a goat farmer who had a wife and children, but due to him being black and his wife white, the locals didn't take too kindly to their family. Of course, there were a lot of racial issues at the time. They lived a normal life, a happy life. They didn't bother anyone. But one night they were taken out to the bridge by the angry farmers nearby, and they were hung. The man was forced to watch as his beloved wife and children were murdered before being hung himself. They say he didn't die right away. Those who had hung them made sure the noose was tied in such a way that the death was slow and painful. Being a huge paranormal fan, me, along with a couple of my friends, had decided to go check the place out. It's said that at night, if you go and stand on this bridge, one of many things may happen. You could hear the rope swaying with the body clearly still attached to it. You might see him hanging off the bridge. I've heard of people hearing voices, others having the urge themselves to jump off into the river below. And on a few occasions, I've heard of people seeing goat tracks in the nearby woods. Some people have even been followed as something stomped after them, as whatever it is, huffs angrily as it pursues them. The bridge itself was near a wooded area. Naturally, of course, these things seem to always happen near a wooded or abandoned place, and it's a good ways above a river with fallen trees and rocks scattered about in the dark water. The bridge has graffiti on it, clearly showing others that had been there before, others who thought it would be a good idea to leave their mark on the place where a family had been murdered. Someone even drew a Ouija board in pink chalk, for goodness sake. It was around early morning when we arrived. We saw a few other cars parked nearby, one empty and the other with an adult and their small dog. Getting out, we all made our ways down the path to get to the bridge, chatting as we shone our flashlights on the ground in front of us so that we didn't trip over anything and get hurt. Now, I'm no idiot. Someone foolish or insane enough to go hunt for the paranormal, yes, but an idiot, no. I had a pocket knife in hand, just in case. You never know what could go wrong on something like this. One of the friends with me had pepper spray. We weren't about to get caught in a situation that we didn't want to be in without a way to defend ourselves and get away. Getting up on the bridge, it seemed colder than the rest of the area we'd been. My friends began to try and talk to the spirits that may be there, the spirits of those who had been wrongfully killed on the bridge, while I walked off to be on my own. Why I did that, I'm still not sure. I zoned out and I stopped in one spot. I looked out over the bridge with the oddest urge to jump off, but I didn't. The feeling continued the entire time we were there on the bridge. Looking at the water below, there was a splash, but once we went to see what it was, it turned out to be nothing more than a fish with a great sense of timing. Going back to stand, I tuned out the others' whispering voices as I thought I'd just heard something. Now at first I was sure it was just some trees swaying in the wind, or it could have been the old bridge with the weight of 6 people on it. It was run down after all, but still should be safe to be on. But soon I realized neither of those things were right. Looking down once more, I was sure the sound was coming from where there wasn't anything there. Well, nothing I could see with my eyes, but I knew something there was making the sound. Me and my friends have always been more in tune with the paranormal, and have had many other experiences, so we know these things can be real. I know I wasn't imagining anything. I heard the sound of something laughing. Now, I didn't say anything at the time, seeing as how I was still trying to process what it was. I mean, we believe in these things, but we always try first to rationalize what we see and hear, way before assuming it's paranormal. One of our friends wanted to explore the woods nearby. Being a horror fan, I first thought that's how you get stabbed. But eventually, after some talking, half the group had decided to stay where they were on the bridge, while me and the other 2 began to walk into the woods. I know this is something that could easily have gotten us killed, but I was curious more than anything, and I wanted something more to happen. Depending on what it was that might have been in those woods, I regret my choice. After only a few steps into the trees, someone or something screamed, not scared or in pain, but like they were talking with friends and being far too loud for the secluded area we were in, and it was clear they were drunk. Pausing for a moment, we heard more people, all men if I remember correctly, laughing and chatting with one another, though I couldn't understand what they were saying. My blood ran cold at the realization there were others out there that sounded like they were leaving. And the way we went through is the only way in or out of those woods. The only guy in our group, for some reason or another, yelled back at them. Not angry, but almost like he was joining in on the fun, and he got a response. Listening closer, we soon realized that whomever or whatever those voices belonged to was now running towards us, and I swear we heard the sound of hooves and huffing. We immediately decided it was time we bolted out of those woods and back over the bridge. Once there, one of our friends and my best friend asked what was going on, and I said only one word: run. We sprinted back to the car and got in, not about to be mugged or attacked by whoever was out there, or whatever it was. Those footsteps sounded more animalistic than anything, and at one point, I thought I saw yellow eyes shimmering in the distance. We laughed nervously to ourselves as we made our getaway. As we were driving home, after about 10 minutes into the drive when everyone was calm again, I piped up about what I'd heard, and it turns out the others heard it too. All of us heard those disembodied voices, voices that spoke loud and clear, yet none of us could understand what they were saying. And apparently I wasn't the only one that heard that huffing and saw those yellow eyes. There was something out there that had hooves, and I now know that calling it Goatman's Bridge means more than one thing. I'm sure glad that I didn't stick around to find out what was sprinting towards us. Goatman Encounter, submitted by Emilio G. This happened in East Texas during the summer of 1999. My cousin Allie, my sister Becca, and I used to play together in the woods during the summer as children. Our grandparents owned a ranch there, and our parents would drop us off for weeks on end, all the way up until I was 11, Allie was 8, and Becca was 12. We'd just run out into that great hot wilderness, playing imaginative games and terrorizing Grandpa's poor dog Daisy. The woods held all kinds of wonders for kids: armadillo holes, abandoned cars, and a shallow, dirty creek, somewhere we were absolutely forbidden to cross. At night, Grandpa would sit and chew tobacco on the porch, and he would tell us stories, while Grandma cooked cornbread and black beans on a wood stove. Those summer nights took on a magical atmosphere, with the constant hum of cicadas filling the air and the smell of smoke. One night, Grandpa set us down on the porch, and spitting out his tobacco, he said, "When I was just your age, Jack and me built a tree house out there on the other side of the creek. Of course, we called it Fort Deliverance. Had a lot of battles in that fort, kept the gnomes out of the ranch." We collectively rolled our eyes. Grandpa talked a lot about the gnomes. He said they lived in these woods and would play tricks on people. He said if you looked hard enough, you could see them out of the corner of your eye, darting back into the bushes. Of course, we grew up there. We'd been through every inch of the woods and hadn't once seen one. "There ain't no such thing as a gnome," Becca whined. Grandpa suddenly became very grave, and looking over his shoulder at Grandma, he whispered, "These woods make things true that ain't usually true. You believe in something hard enough, it'll come true, especially at night." Jack and me, we believed really hard in those gnomes. And with that, dinner was served. We didn't talk about the gnomes anymore. Later, when we were all trying to get to bed in the tiny bedroom reserved for the kids, Allie whispered, "I think I saw a gnome today." "Nuh-uh," I said. "That's just Grandpa's stories." "I don't know, I saw them." We proceeded to mock Allie for believing in the gnomes until we grew tired of it and fell asleep. The next day, the three of us went out to the woods as usual. I remember it distinctly. It was 97 degrees, and there was the acrid smell of suntan lotion and DEET liberally applied by Grandma as we ran off. Allie ran off into the woods, and Becca pulled me aside and whispered, "Let's fool her. She's so young she'll believe any story. So let's make one up, something scary." Giggling at the prospect of terrifying my little cousin, I agreed. We walked along the banks of the shallow brown creek, kicking stones into the water. That's when my sister decided to invent the Goatman, with an unsubtlety only achieved by children our age. "I went to Fort Deliverance last night," she went on in a sing-songy voice, "and I saw Mr. Goatman. He had a bottom half like a goat. He walked on hooves like this." She pantomimed a weird gait. "And he had the top half like an ugly old man with rotten teeth and big black eyes." "Yeah, I saw him too," I chimed in. "He told us to come down to his house, but we didn't go because Goatman eats children." Allie chucked a rock into the river. "Did not. We were asleep in the same room." "Well," I said, You were asleep. Not me. I saw the Goatman, and now he knows about us. Giddy with our newfound myth, Becca and I started prancing around like goats and regaling our cousin with tales about the Goatman. Didn't you know the Goatman made kids with catfish stew? Didn't you know the Goatman could speak to the animals and got them to spy on people? Didn't you know the Goatman lives underground and he could hear you when you walk? Our little made-up mythology wasn't exactly consistent, but over time it became clear that Allie, at least, was taking the bait. She was asking questions about him now. Does Goatman wear clothes? Well, of course, but only over his man parts. Does Goatman eat grass? No, only meat and bones. Where's Goatman's hiding hole? Why, in the tree beneath Fort Deliverance. We spent the whole day that day talking about Goatman, and after a while it became hard to deny his existence. At least that's the way it worked in our child's minds. I guess that's the way all superstitions must form, children playing question and answer games in the woods. On our way back home, I swore I saw something move in the corner of my eye. That night, none of us could sleep. I kept thinking about the Goatman breaking off a kid's arm and throwing it in a pot of catfish stew. Eventually, Allie whispered, I'm scared, guys. Goatman can't get us in here, can he? Becca whispered back darkly, I don't know. The wind hitting the windows was not wind, but the howling of the Goatman. The cicadas were spying on us that night, telling Goatman how to find us. I was so sure the Goatman was the shadow in the corner, watching us. Allie woke us up sobbing several times in the night, saying she wanted her mom. She kept saying that Goatman was watching through the window while we were sleeping. After the third time this happened, Becca admitted, Don't be scared anymore, it's annoying. I made up the Goatman, we made up the whole thing. But I saw him, she insisted. He was in the window. He has to be real. What do you want me to do? Becca asked, putting a pillow over her head. Just shut up about it, you're freaking me out. He's not real. Allie's sobs died down, and eventually we all went to bed. The next day, we had all but forgotten about the Goatman, and we stayed far away from those woods. Though I still couldn't help but make sideways glances at it, fearing at times that a tree branch was a backwards-facing goat leg. A week passed, and we started playing in the woods again. This time we were pretending to be Pokemon trainers, and all claiming that we had caught the best Pokemon in this or that tree. At some point, we got the idea to try to find Fort Deliverance, which meant crossing the Forbidden Creek, leading up to a big oak tree with a decaying tree fort up top. That's where we found Goatman. We saw him wading through the water at the far end of the creek. He was looking down at the water intently. He walked with a strange gait. He was sunburnt all over his pale body, gray hair sprouting from his back. He had a spindly gray beard, beady black eyes, and a mouthful of crooked teeth. We didn't see his legs, but we were sure of what they were. We stood silent for a moment, too scared to move. Then Goatman lurched suddenly and grabbed something slimy out of the water. He let out a strange, otherworldly cackle as he pulled a catfish out of the creek by his mouth, and he tossed it to the shore. The three of us turned and ran. In the panic, Allie tripped on a tree branch and stumbled into a small ravine. She was screaming. When we turned to help her, we saw that she had impaled her small right foot on a sharp stone. She was bleeding with a twisted ankle. Sobbing, the three of us sat there. We had no idea what to do. Becca, without explanation, got up and ran as fast as she could away from the two of us, leaving Allie and I alone in the ravine. I still have nightmares about her bounding up the slope as I screamed for her to come back and help us. I tried to pick Allie up and get her to walk. Goatman came through the foliage at the top of the ravine, dripping with water and holding the catfish in his hand. I swore I saw his reversed hoofed feet. Allie closed her eyes. I was tempted to do the same, but then I remembered what Grandpa had said about believing in things. I don't believe in you, I screamed at Goatman over and over again. We made you up. You're not real. What in blazes are you kids doing? Grandpa said from behind me. Becca had gone to get him. You're gonna get yourself hurt bounding around like that. When I turned back toward the Goatman, he was gone. Grandpa came down into the ravine to help us. We were all crying our eyes out and blubbering about the Goatman. "That's all right, kids, I believe you," is all Grandpa would say to us. We never went back into those woods. For years, the three of us have told inconsistent stories about the events. Becca claims that there was never even a man in the water, that she was just playing along with it. Allie says it was probably just a local fishing for catfish. But me, I know it was the Goatman. I think I was the only one to see his legs. Grandpa died 2 months ago, and he put in his will the three of us. We got joint ownership of the deed to the property. Now that some of us have kids of our own on the way, we're thinking about turning it into a summer retreat, even though it's been largely abandoned for the past few years, with our grandparents' health failing. We're planning on going out there to clean things up next weekend. I think the Goatman has affected us all in different ways. For Becca, he's a sign of hysteria. Goatman is what happens when you have a group of impressionable people who all want to believe something really badly. Allie, on the other hand, has channeled her fear of the Goatman into religion. Satan is like her new Goatman, except she's not nearly as afraid of him. And as for me, every time I walk over a creek or river, I shiver a bit. Those woods have eyes, and they stare back at me. I know he's just a stupid myth that we made up, but that doesn't make him any less real. I'm planning on going out to Fort Deliverance and fixing it up this weekend. It will be my personal project. I think Grandpa would have wanted it. Hopefully then, I can put all this stuff to rest. Strange Creature Stalking the Mountains. Submitted by Alexander Bass. My name is Alexander, and at the time of this story, I was 18 years old, freshly graduated from high school. I was living in a relatively small town. Besides pubs and nightclubs, there wasn't much to do, but I really wanted to do something new and adventurous. It was a hot night in July. I was playing Far Cry at midnight when my phone rang. It was a very good friend of mine from high school who I will call Hunter. The two of us are night owls. It's not uncommon for us to call each other at such hours. We chatted for a bit, and then he invited me to spend some days at his cabin in the woods, 60 miles away from the city. Many of those we went to high school with were coming as well. It sounded interesting, so I instantly said hell yes. We were going to leave in 2 days, with his car and mine. I was super excited to spend some quality time in nature because I've never really been much of an outdoorsy person. So there were 8 of us, 5 in his car, which actually was an SUV, and 3 in mine. His cabin was pretty isolated from the world. We followed a gravel mountain road, and then there was a clearing where the cabin was. We unpacked our stuff, and of course, we had our fun right off the bat. The music was at high volume. We made some barbecue. We hiked on the mountain trails, and then we started drinking until we were all laughing at the most stupid things. So our first day was okay. No incident. But until the next evening, we somehow finished all of our food and drinks. So someone had to go 5 miles down the road to the nearest town and do some shopping. Well, I didn't really want to go. I just wanted to stay and relax. So Hunter took a few friends and left. So at the time, it was just me, Dan, Lisa, and Sarah. Dan was watching TV in the living room, and the girls were not feeling so good, so they were somewhere in a room upstairs. As for me, I was on the first floor balcony, just watching the woods around me, listening to music on my phone. It must have been 10 at night, and Hunter and the others hadn't come back yet. I was still chilling on the balcony, just watching my surroundings. I noticed it was a full moon, so it was not too dark outside. All of a sudden, I heard some rustling and twigs snapping in the distance. At first, I didn't really think much of it. There were so many animals wandering around those woods anyway. I was just feeling strange. My body was for some reason on full alert, and there was a sudden silence. It was that cliché feeling of being watched, but I tried my best to just brush it off. Eventually, I gave up and I wanted to go inside. I wanted to see what my friends were up to, but as I stood up from the chair, something in the distance caught my eye. I stood still and focused a little, and I could clearly see something peeking over a tree at least 30 feet in the distance. This thing was just peeking out for a few seconds, then it hid behind the tree and peeked out again. like it wanted to be as stealthy as possible. To be honest, it looked like a goat, maybe a mountain goat or something. The weird part is, though, that the head was very far off the ground. So either it was the tallest goat I've ever seen, or maybe he was standing on something behind the tree that I couldn't see. But that wasn't all. Something was off about the goat. Its eyes were red and yellowish and glowing, staring right at me from that distance. I was just staring back, not moving a muscle, even though I was safe at the balcony in case things went down. I think I was trying to figure out what the hell kind of animal that was, or if I was just imagining things. After 5 minutes of staring at the thing, it dashed under another tree, and I could see it more clearly now. This wasn't your average goat. It was skinny, extremely tall. Definitely at least 7 feet tall, looking like a human, but with a goat head. But somehow its hands were more dog-like. I was completely disturbed by what I was seeing, but at the same time curious. I ran inside at that moment. I grabbed Dan and a flashlight, and I wanted to show him this creature. But when I came back, the creature was gone. Frustrated, I scanned the tree line, looking in every direction to find the thing. Lucky enough, I saw it again, several meters away from where it was before. I saw it and pointed to it with the flashlight. It was closer now, this time standing on all 4 feet. "Holy crap, man, what is that?" Dan asked me. He sounded as spooked as I was. As he was talking to me, the creature made the most creepy growl I have ever heard in my life. It was like a cat being strangled, mixed with a wolf's howl and a demented screaming woman. I'm sorry, but this is the best way I can explain it. In the moment we heard it, we ran back inside and bursted into the girls' room. They were sleeping and were very angry for us entering so loud, but we didn't care because we were just looking out of the window to see if the thing was still there. It was now standing on 2 feet and looking straight at our window, making that creepy growling noise again. This time, the girls heard it too and asked who the hell was making that sound. And when they saw at the window the thing that was making that noise, they began to scream. We didn't know what to do. I wanted to call Hunter, but there was no signal in that area. Shortly after, we heard the car pulling in the driveway. They were back. They came inside with the food and drinks and were getting ready for the party. Of course, we told them what we saw and they did not believe us. I took Hunter out to the balcony to see if the thing may be around, which I very much doubted because if it had been around, Hunter and the rest would have seen it or heard it from the car as they were pulling in. He wanted to be the hero though after I told him, and he offered to take a flashlight and his gun to search around. He simply thought we saw a bear or something like that. 2 other guys went with him to search. Eventually, after about 10 minutes of patrolling around, they came back, and they were telling us that we were nuts and drank too much. So we all started drinking together, and eventually we forgot about everything that happened. Until 3 in the morning. There was me, Dan, Hunter being the last guy standing and drinking when Hunter said that he needed to take some things from the car. He went outside. After 3 minutes we heard him running and entering the door. He slammed it hard behind him. His face was pale white. He sounded very serious even in his drunken state. "Guys, tomorrow we're leaving. Just get some sleep and after you wake up pack your things." "What's going on?" me and Dan asked. "Okay, I saw it. Eyes glowing, very tall, just behind the car. It looked like it was waiting for me, and then I heard it growl." We remembered the episode from earlier, and we were pretty disturbed by it. I still don't know what I saw that day, be it a Goatman or Skinwalker or Wendigo or something. Doing some research on the internet, many creatures might match the description of the thing. Since then, we haven't been back, and we never talk about the experience. And Hunter even began to rent the cabin out to other people. I have no idea what we saw. Goatman in Drama. Submitted by PM88. To begin this story, I want to note that I live in a very rural area in the Pacific Northwest, with lots of dense forest all around where my home is. This experience happened in late fall of 2016 at my high school, and it's really messed me up mentally, and I have no clue what to believe in anymore. I'm a new student at my school and just moved from the town over. I moved because I was having lots of issues at my old school with bullying, and I became very depressed over time. I just needed a fresh start. I loved my new school and the people that attended it. These folks were really down to earth, and I've already made very close friends for being there for the short time I have. I always tended to get to my school early in the mornings because I was that kind of person. Since my first class of the day was drama and theater, I would just walk in there, sit down, and chat with my teacher, Mr. W, or Wally. I wasn't really the social type in the mornings anyway. I liked peace and quiet. Let me add that our theater is huge. It's about 45 feet tall and 60 feet wide, maybe 80 to 90 feet long. It only has 2 exits and no windows. The 2 exits are the door you come into that is connected to the inside of the school. Everyone enters through that door, and I mean everyone, except for Mr. Woolley. He comes through the back door that is behind the stage. I will add that there is a large forest across from that door, and I do believe it's only for staff for safety reasons. I don't even know if they lock it or not, because it's sort of hidden away from the outside. It was this morning that changed everything, and I mean everything. As I said before, I got to school early because my mom had to commute to work early, so she just dropped me off at 6 in the morning. But that's how I like it. School started at 7:20. I had a long wait ahead of me, but it didn't bug me at all, really. So I walked into the theater, doing my regular routine, when I noticed something was very off. First, I will start with the cold. It was freezing in there, and it was never like that before. Then I noticed something else. It was pitch black dark in there. Let me state that Wally was always in the drama room at 5 in the morning, with the lights on and ready to teach. But it was just all wrong this morning, and it was out of character for him. I turned the lights on for the audience seats in the 3/4 of the theater, and they beamed on. But that wasn't all the lights. The stage lights would also have to be turned on backstage. As I walked toward the stage, I noticed the curtain was down for some reason. Now, the curtain was never down. So I kinda got creeped out. In situations that were out of order or scary, I would panic very fast. But then I heard movement and some kind of clanging noise at the top balcony of the theater. The balcony was behind the curtain, and the noise sounded like someone or something was pacing up there. But it was all wrong. It did not sound like regular human footsteps. It was like metal on metal or something. Something heavy against the metal floor of the balcony. It sounded like there was some sort of large animal up there, but there was no way an animal could climb up a freaking ladder. Then it just stopped. I slowly walked to the middle of the curtain and stopped and listened. I then heard the footsteps on the ground. This was freaky. How did whatever it was get down from the balcony to the floor so fast without being heard? I mean, this thing sounded heavy before, and then it made no noise to just simply get down. At this point, you're probably wondering why I didn't just run out of there. But I couldn't. I was both curious and frozen with fear. I was a statue. Then, as the steps began to go to the right, to the end of the curtain, I did something really stupid. I called out to it. "Wooly? Is that you? Are you okay?" Big mistake. The footsteps stopped. Everything was dead silent. I called Wooly's name again. Then I saw his head pop out from behind the curtain, with an odd smile on his face. I was both relieved and cautious. What was he doing back there in a dark room, messing around trying to scare people? Something was up, and this was totally out of character for him. "Wooly, what are you doing?" I said. "Are you on drugs or something?" I know I shouldn't have said that to my teacher, but I was both angry and scared. I was nervous. I wanted answers. As I started walking towards him, I noticed something else. It was just his head peeking out from the curtain. No arms, no legs or body, just his head. And it didn't look like him exactly. It looked like someone had copied and pasted a picture of his face while he was laughing. It was just messed up. "Wooly, why aren't you talking?" I said like a little girl. "Are you okay?" He was still staring at me with a stupid smile. And finally he stuck out his hand and motioned me to come behind the curtain. And I could only stare in horror, and I couldn't even breathe, as I realized that those were not Wooly's hands. Those were not human hands. They were covered in thick brown fur from the start of the forearm to as far as I could see up his arm. The hand was hairless and had dark gray skin, and the hand had sharp, long claws at the end of it. He looked at me straight in the eye and said with an old raspy voice that was not Wooly's, "Come here, child. Come with me." And as he said this, his eyes turned a deep shade of red. And that's when I ran out of there so fast. Everything happened so quickly. When I ran, this freaking thing, I heard its footsteps heavy behind me. It chased me to the exit door of the theater. I could hear what sounded like hooves stomping on the floor. I did not dare look behind me, because that would just slow me down, and I was not getting caught by this thing, whatever it was. Then I heard the thing start to howl or cry or something. Either way, it was scary as hell. My heart was pounding. I have never been that scared in my entire life. Just as I was about to reach the door, the thing stopped, about 2 meters close. And that's when I turned to look at it. It was motionless, standing there. It stood several feet taller than me, and I could see that it was all covered in fur, except for the hands, but I could not tell because it was still too dark. Then it started this creepy chant. It was chanting my freaking name. I had enough. I bolted out of the door to the safety of the office. And the moment I opened the door, I ran face first into Wally, the real Wally. I didn't know what to say. What even was that thing if Wally was right there? I just started to cry. I saw that he was confused too, so he just led me to the office. I sat down with Wally, the principal, and the vice principal, and a school cop. I explained everything to them and told them that it was still there. At first, everyone thought I was on drugs and looked at me very silly. Wally said that he was not there because he was late in a traffic jam, and that he woke up too late this morning. That sent shivers down my spine. I mean, how did that thing have Wally's face? During their little investigation, no one was allowed in the theater. I remained in the office with Wally, just talking about the incident. When the cop came back in, she looked very puzzled. I asked her what was wrong. She began to say that while investigating, the first things they noticed was a very nasty stench in there, not to mention it was oddly cold. They checked everywhere in there, and she said they found only one thing. She was hesitant at first to say anything about it, but then she finally gave in. She said that there were muddy footprints everywhere. They went all the way up to the metal balcony. I was even more terrified when she said the next part. She said that the footprints led to the open and unlocked back door outside and went into the woods. But the tracks just stopped shortly into those woods. Nobody at the school knew about this, and I was even told not to tell any of the other students. They didn't want anyone being scared. I've been going to counseling after this, and I am so scared this thing will end up at my house or something. I only live about a half a mile down the road. I have nightmares every night and cry more than usual now. I sleep with my door to my room locked and the blinds to my windows closed. I've heard stories about the Goatman long before this incident, but now I just wonder, was this some stupid prank? Or was it real? All I know for sure is that I'm transferring out of that class, and I'm never being that early to school again. What still baffles me, though, is how that thing knew my name. In the Dark, submitted by Spoony Girl 1. The story I'm about to tell you just happened recently. I don't know what it was, or if my mind was just playing tricks on me, but I'll never forget it. I'm 16 years old. I live in a small town in New York. There's a population of 3,000 people, but during the summer it's tourist season, so our little pound gets packed. I live about 2 miles from town in the country. There are houses up and down my road, but they are spaced pretty far from one another. We're surrounded by forest, which during the day is really nice to explore, but at night it takes on a very eerie tone. There aren't any streetlights on the road, so it's just pitch black, unless the moon is out or you're near a house with lights on. I've always been a sucker for scary stories, even though they always do scare me and make me very paranoid. Even before that, I was always scared of being outside at night, as I'm afraid of the dark and coyotes come pretty close. But what I saw the other night was no coyote. We have 4 dogs in our house. I just got a puppy, who we keep away from the other 2 most of the time. I have another older one and 2 big black dogs. One is a lab pit bull mix and the other is a German shepherd. The puppy is mine, so I always take her outside myself, but my dad or brother will usually take care of the other 3. My dad took the 3 dogs outside for their nightly walk. I was hanging out with my brother when my dad comes in and tells us that Molly, the German shepherd, got away from him because he dropped her leash. Molly is my brother's dog, so he was pretty mad to hear the news. I put my pup on her leash while the boys put their headlamps on to look for her. I grabbed a high-power flashlight and stepped outside, where it was pitch black merely yards from the house. We kept calling for her, using whistling sounds. About a mile behind my house and my neighbors, there's a dense forest where she likes to run, to hunt and smell for deer. Between that space, there's a large field and a barn for cows and horses. My other neighbors have made four-wheeler trails around the farm and back to the woods. If our dogs get out, they always like to run back there. But we still get nervous for them to be too near to the road, because people always speed down that road. Nobody would see her, especially since her fur was pitch black. I'm scared to be out at night, hearing all these scary stories about strange creatures lurking near their homes. So we're out there, and my dad and brother are walking towards the back forest, where there are 2 other houses they have to pass. Both have dogs and we're on good terms, so they don't mind when we hike through their properties. I'm walking my little pup on our little road that stretches from the main one and goes to my neighbor's. I keep calling out for Molly, and I can still hear the boys calling for her too. My dog stops when we get further away from the house and towards a path with tall grass. I wasn't about to walk that at night, so I just shone my flashlight around. Then I heard rustling coming about 20 feet away from me. My dog starts to pull toward the noise, but I pull her back. I don't let her go any further from where we're standing. Then she begins to growl at the noise. I didn't think much of it. She's scared of strange noises unfamiliar to her. She will always bark at something, even if it's just my brother coming up the stairs. I forgot to mention that my mom is out of town. She would have had a cow if she knew that my dad lost one of the dogs at night, but I was still planning on telling her when she got home. I start walking in another direction when I hear a low growl. I think it's my dog, but she has turned around and whimpering to go home. I shone my flashlight in the direction where I heard it, because it could have been Molly growling at me. Her sight is going a bit, so I called out her name. It wasn't Molly. Eyes were shining against my flashlight's beam. It seemed as if whatever this thing was crouching down in the tall brush, like it was waiting to pounce. It growled again. I could tell this thing had dark grayish hair on it. It stood like a man, but it was certainly not human. My dog started to bark and I screamed as this thing slowly inched forward. I turned and ran, and I could hear somebody squishing in the mud behind me. It was heavy, and I ran as hard as I could. My house was only a few feet in front of me, but this thing suddenly stopped, and it turned in the opposite direction. I ran through the garage door and into the house. I locked all the doors except for the garage, because my brother and dad still had to come through it. They were still outside. I was scared for them, as they would probably be passing that thing. My heart was racing. I began to feel cold in my chest, which indicated to me that I was going to have a panic attack. I suffer severely from anxiety and I have other health issues, so running took a toll on me. I heard the garage door downstairs slam, and I ran to my room, my dog following behind me, but she simply thought I was playing with her. I locked the door to my bedroom and opened the door that connected to my bathroom and locked that too. I was shaking, so ready to cry. I heard footsteps down the hallway. I'm fearing for my life. I swear I almost pissed myself. I was so scared. But then it was my brother's voice that came from the other side of the door. "Hey, are you okay? We heard you scream. We found Molly. I guess she saw something and chased it." At that point, I could barely tell him that I was fine, that I was just really tired. I knew if I told him what happened, he wouldn't believe me. He believes in things that he can prove. That night, I did not get any sleep. My whole body was aching, and I kept the lights on. Whatever that thing was, I will never venture into those dense woods ever again. I'll never go camping again. Submitted by Anonymous. I'm a 13-year-old female. I live in Arizona, and I'm a Native American. I've never been one to think that skinwalkers or the Goatman are real, until 1 week ago. We were going to go camping for the weekend, starting Friday night after school ended, to Sunday afternoon. We arrived at about 6 o'clock and it was very dark. My mom started a small fire and we got working on putting up our tents. That was done about 30 minutes later. We had our dinner, some s'mores, and went to bed. I woke up at about 10:30 at night. I knew because I was wearing a wristwatch. I needed to go pee, so I got out a flashlight and went to the woods. A few moments later, I was walking back to my tent, and I heard something scratching on what I assumed was wood. I stopped and looked around. There was nothing there. I jogged back to my tent and got in, and within a few moments after I got back inside, I heard the scratching again. It was closer now, way closer. After a minute or two, it went away, and I fell asleep about 15 minutes later. Eventually, I was awakened by a loud screech. It sounded like it was really close, like 20 feet away from us. I didn't even dare go out there with whatever that thing was. I turned on my flashlight in the tent, and I pointed to the walls of it. That was a mistake. Whatever it was attracted to the light, and it walked towards it. I saw its silhouette come into view. It was a very large figure. Everything about it seemed human at first. But that was until I noticed the fingers, because each one was long and they ended in very sharp points. I don't know if it was just the shadow, but the thing seemed extremely tall, way taller than any of us, easily taller than any person I've seen in real life. Its legs were not human either. They looked like they belonged to a goat or some animal with hooves. Not too long later, it began to scratch on my tent, creating holes in it. I saw a part of the tall figure. Its legs were, as I described before, very much goat-like. I did what anyone would do in this situation, and I screamed. The creature started to shrink. And a few moments later, it took on the form of a wolf. It walked on its back 2 legs, and it ran. I kid you not, it ran on its back legs. I was stunned. I had no idea what the hell just happened. I was very much awestruck by this figure and what it just did. I got out of my tent and ran right into my mom's. I told her what had happened. I said we needed to get the hell out of there because some sort of shape-shifting creature had just torn open my tent. She didn't believe me at first, but I took her and I showed her my tent, and within 15 minutes, everyone was in the car and we got out of there. It was probably 3 in the morning when this happened, and we got home at about 5. Now, I'm not completely certain that this was a skinwalker or a goatman, but whatever it was, there's no way it was human. Let's just say that I'm never going camping again, at least not for a long, long time. It just got real. Submitted by Mike Zombie 777. I live on the east coast of Australia, in a regular suburban area, and I've never experienced anything remotely paranormal until now. I want to note that this incident has terrified me so badly that I've come to absolutely dread nighttime. Even as a married 27-year-old man, this has become something I'm trying to deal with, because I'm a grown man, scared of the dark that bad. Well, a few weeks ago, I went outside for a cigarette just before bed, as I normally do. Now, despite living in a heavily populated area, as I was puffing away, I began to notice the weird, deafening silence around me. No geckos or birds, no bats. Bizarre enough, I thought, but I kept puffing away. I should have known better, that this may have been a sign of something very wrong. Now this is where things began happening. I heard a couple of bangs, which sounded like my kitchen window being smacked, and then I heard heavy footsteps. I thought it was my wife, just doing some rather loud last-minute cleaning before bed, but it was very loud. I poked my head inside and asked her what on earth she was doing. She didn't respond. All the lights were off as they were just before I came outside. Nothing had been moved, nothing had been cleaned. It was obvious she was still in the bedroom, sleeping. It was at this moment that I thought someone was trying to break into our house, so I rushed around to the other side with a kitchen knife ready to see who was trying to invade my home. But there was no one there. I slowly crept around back to the other side of the house, and again, nothing was there. I seemed to be alone outside. I was still freaked out, still in my fight or flight mode. I started walking back into the house, and wouldn't you know it, just as I got to the back door to go inside and put my cigarette out, I noticed a shadow out of the corner of my eye. My heart was pounding by this point, but as I turned and looked up, it was gone. It couldn't have been an intruder. People don't just disappear and reappear like that without making a single sound. I flew inside so fast, I almost tripped over our step in the doorway. As I go to shut the curtains, my heart absolutely sank at what I saw next. I'm not joking. I was filled with a type of fear that no one should ever have to experience. Right there, pressed up against my back door window, was the ugliest, most disgusting and terrifying thing I have ever seen. It looked like a goat's head, but all wrong. It was very tall and lanky, almost like a person, but with fur and standing upright. It had those weird eyes that goats have, and its jaw skin was missing. But it had teeth. Teeth unlike a person's or a goat's at all. Teeth like a crocodile or alligator. And it was snarling. I could see its breath against the window, leaving a layer of fading mist. Just writing this is bringing all those emotions back, giving me chills. When I saw that, I was frozen in place and I couldn't move, and I was absolutely, thoroughly terrified. I felt sick to my stomach, and dread was filling my body. I stood there looking it right in the eyes for what felt like hours. It was just standing there, face still pressed up on the glass. It eventually moved backwards a little, and that's when I was able to move again. I ever so slowly backed up as well, and hid behind the wall to the right of the back door, occasionally peeking out to see if the thing was still there. And yep, it was each and every time, just staring at me, as if peering into my soul. Desperate for what to do, I began to recite the Lord's Prayer over and over. As I got to the last verse, it let out a screech so terrifying, it was burned into my mind. It sounded like what I think a person would sound like if they were being chased by someone with an axe. After that, I looked back at the door again, and the creature was gone. Or so it appeared. By then, I was shaking and blubbering like a child, asking God to save me. I fumbled with my own body to get back in the bedroom. I laid down next to my sleeping wife, and I sobbed silently until finally falling asleep. My wife had apparently not heard what was going on, but during the entire night, I heard taps at the window, and I heard this odd noise, but I was not, under any circumstances, going to go out there for another look. I haven't told anyone this story, including my wife. Living out here, I don't want to scare her, and I don't want to look stupid in front of other people. I'm not crazy, and I've always been very logical until that moment. I wonder if this was a demon, something putting a trance into me, trying to feed off of my fear. In the stories, they never actually take anyone's lives, but they do utterly and completely terrify them, to the point where just living is bad enough. I've quit smoking since then, because I refuse to have to go outside at night. I'd rather quit than step another foot out there with whatever that thing might have been. I still close all the curtains and lock all the doors every night. A wild pack of horses couldn't drag me outside at night, not if their lives depended on it, because mine does. Goatman in Oklahoma, submitted by Dr. Pro. This is not my story, but the story of a buddy of mine I used to work with. So shout out to you, Jesse, if you hear this. I'm 20 years old. I live in the lower half of Oklahoma, about an hour away from OKC. I work at a fast food restaurant with a very high turnover rate, so needless to say, I've met and talked to several interesting and odd people we've hired. However, I've always been very personable and love getting to know people by asking them questions they may not normally be asked. One day, Jesse and I were both off and began talking about the supernatural and how, even though I'm skeptic, I still love people's stories. When, out of nowhere, he gets really serious. His face goes slightly pale, and he says to me, I have a story. By this sudden change in mood, I could tell he was serious. He was usually a very bubbly guy, but this was completely different from him. So all I could do was listen. One day, Jesse and his friend Phil were skipping school as rambunctious kids often do, in the same area we now work in. Phil's father owned several properties, but one in particular that never really got used much. It was a plot of land with maybe 30 acres of land on it, sparse of trees and grass. But the thing about this property was that it had a house on it, one of those old 50s or 60s style houses that looked like the residents just suddenly up and left one day with no reason and without their belongings. Being bored and out of anything else to do in rural Oklahoma, they thought it would be a good idea to go and explore. By then it was about 3 in the afternoon, and it was a bright and sunny day as they traveled together down the dirt road to the house. They arrived there shortly, and they got out of their truck and walked the path leading to the house. They moved the gate as they entered. The house itself was a 2-story old country house with a big porch, somewhat sizable living room, and a bunch of old things everywhere. They walked up the creaky porch, each step letting out that old creaking sound very slowly as they moved. Phil decided to explore the inside, while Jesse elected to explore the outside and porch. Phil went in, leaving the barely hinged door wide open, while Jesse looked around. He found nothing of interest, so he hopped off the porch and began walking around the other side of the place. As he did, he said he began to hear some sort of heavy breathing and heavy footsteps. Thinking it was only Phil trying to scare him, he continued around the house. Now, halfway around the place, he suddenly heard the loudest scream he'd ever heard. He froze in his tracks. Phil's father never used this land, didn't even own livestock, and whatever that was sounded like an injured goat, so there was no reason a goat should be out there. Before Jesse could move, a figure slowly began walking around the other corner. It was tall, 6.5 feet tall, in fact, and very lean. He nervously looked up at its head, only to find a more off-putting sight. A goat's head on top of a muscular torso, looming down on him and very obviously looking right at him. Jesse snapped out of it and bolted back towards the house they came from, screaming the whole way. Phil, hearing this scream, ran out of the house yelling, "What? What's wrong?" But he must have noticed the figure as well, now closer to the porch, just staring at him. Phil then took off, catching up to and passing Jesse, who then tripped. Jesse, shaken but not hurt, got up to continue running, but not before one last look at the house. All he saw was that Goatman, now standing in front of the place, and just watching them leave, standing motionless. They both got back to the truck fine, Jesse rightly ticked off about being passed up by his so-called friend, and they hightailed it out of there. Moral of the story: don't trespass on Goatman's property, and if you do, make sure you move faster than your so-called friends. The Goat Demon, submitted by Dark Hay. This all started on December of 2013. We were having a Christmas party at my place. I invited over 3 friends who were always there for me. Alan, Bruce, and Edgar were their names. We're all from Costa Rica, a place full of wonders and mysteries alike. It was December 24th specifically. My family was eagerly fixing up the place and cleaning up, since the party was coming pretty fast. I always thought that cleaning up so much was a bit exaggerated, but they liked doing it, so I never really commented about it. Plus, it was just nice to see the place cleaned up. By 8 p.m., all of the guests had arrived, including my friends. The party was held at a small party ranch located near our house. I took my friends to the house, however, because we wanted to play some Injustice. 30 minutes into the game, we began to hear branches breaking around the house. We really didn't pay much mind to it, because the trees grow very closely around the house, and every so often a branch will break off here and there. Otherwise, it was probably a guest outside, stepping on one of the twigs underneath the trees. Another hour had passed, and we heard the branches breaking once again. This time it was a little more startling, since the sound was coming right out of my bedroom's window, which was located opposite the side the party was at. The weird thing was that the sound completely stopped right out of my window, which pretty much meant that whatever was out there breaking stuff was now right by my window. We had the blinds down, so nothing could be seen in or out. I looked at my friends while putting down my PS4 controller, and I asked them, "Did you guys just hear that?" I was a little confused and worried, because whatever was outside had just stopped moving. "Oh, what are you going on about?" said Alan, as he grabbed the controller from the ground and began playing. I was genuinely scared at this point. I didn't dare to open the blinds, so I just watched them play as my mind kept rushing, imagining what could possibly be just outside my window. After a few minutes more, the branches began breaking again, and you could hear footsteps just outside, and they were very heavy steps, and there was a really bad odor filling my room. It was like rotten eggs, and at this point, my friends heard and smelled the same things I had been experiencing. I looked at them. They all had their gross expressions on their faces, and I said, "I told you I had heard something." I began to step closer to the window. As I reached to open the blind, I heard whatever was out there begin to run in the opposite direction. But I opened it just fast enough to catch a brief glimpse of whatever it was. All I really saw was a shadow, but I could make out its figure. It was humanoid in shape, and about 1.5 feet taller than me. I stared in shock, and I was starting to turn pale as my friends were as well. I simply said to them, "What the heck was that?" They simply looked back at me and shook their heads. Bruce said, "Whatever it was, it's still out there." I nodded and agreed. Either courageous or stupid, we grabbed some flashlights from the house, and we headed out, all of us with the idea of going out seeing what that thing was. Whatever it had been, person or animal, it was freaky enough that it stayed just outside the window for so long, quiet and still, only to suddenly run away guiltily when I approached the window. Before we even made it outside, I was already regretting our decision to go exploring, or rather hunting. But peer pressure is a heck of a thing. Once outside, we walked towards my window. We looked around. The branches were broken around on the ground, and we swear we saw hoof prints in the dirt. Yes, very much cloven hooves pressed into the soil. It was only moments later that my friends finally admitted the same, Edgar suddenly saying, "Wait a second, those aren't footprints. Do you guys own a pig or livestock or something?" When he turned and asked me that, his face seemed to turn more pale by the second, especially when I answered him, "No, we don't." We all turned at the same time towards where the thing had run off to, and as if in silent agreement, we all swallowed hard and began to approach it. And as we made our way to where we saw the thing disappear, we began to hear the sound of chains being dragged down the street. In front of my home, there's a small street with pretty much no streetlights, as we lived in a very rural part of the city. We heard this dragging of chains inching closer to us. Alan stumbled backwards, saying, "We should just go to the party, guys. That's where everyone else is at." I nodded, without taking my eyes off the street as the chains continued to approach. "Yeah," I replied. "Maybe it's not the best idea to be out here alone, with God knows what." As we started to head back, I just kept watching the street, even as my body turned around and began walking away. I soon saw what was making the chain dragging sound, the thing that had been trying to peer into my bedroom window. I shone my flashlight on a large approaching silhouette. I thought it was just a big guy, one of the partygoers who was just exploring around on his own on our property. I was very much mistaken, because it wasn't a person at all. It was more of a 6-foot monstrosity, something with a goat's face, beaming red eyes, and dark brown fur, and I could perfectly see the hooves it was walking on, hooves that matched the prints just outside my window. When you see something like that, something so horrifying and out of this world in real life, you begin to wonder to yourself, okay, it's time to wake up. Wake up from this nightmare. And your fear only grows exponentially when you realize this is no dream. I'll never forget that fear and confusion. What I saw that night shook me. Everything I had ever learned and believed, all my ideals, were changed. It's what happens when you see something that's not supposed to exist. What happens when you discover the boogeyman is real. In my dumbfounded state, I could barely even notice the chain wrapped around his right leg being dragged behind him, as if the thing had been chained up until tonight and had stumbled upon my home. I didn't want to see anymore. I didn't want to be facing this thing alone, or at all, so I ran as fast as I could, catching up to my friends who were wiser than me on that occasion, and we all together ran back to the party, to the ranch, where there were enough people that we could try to not be afraid. When we arrived in the middle of the crowd, we were so pale and panting. The guests at the party looked at us a little weirded out, seeing the four of us in such a state. But we were kids, so they shrugged it off, not asking us anything. They continued to party, talking and laughing and eating our food. My friends and I sat down at a table and explained to them what we saw while trying to catch our breaths. They didn't believe us, of course. Who would? I hardly believed myself, and in that moment, I let them convince me that they were right, that what I saw really wasn't real, maybe a hallucination from staring at video games too long and then suddenly being scared in the middle of the dark. I know that's not right. I know that I'm just in denial about this, and in my dreams that goatish man is as real as he was when I confronted him that night. Goatman at my summer camp. Submitted by Scooterboy104. I'm 16 years old, love the occasional scary movie and getting creeped out with friends, but have never put any thought really into the paranormal or monsters at all. It all seems like child's play to me, or the murmurings of a fantasy-ridden mind. That's what I thought until my week at summer camp last year. It was my 3rd summer at this camp. My parents had been sending me there for the past couple of years, but luckily I was able to be with my friends John and Seth, and I'd grown pretty used to the camp by then. This particular year, nothing seemed different until our 4th night. Now, at this camp, we didn't have tents or cabins. We slept in a type of raised wooden platform with a canvas-like tent over them. I guess they did this because of how rocky and hilly the ground was there. The deck-like platforms were about 4 feet off the ground, so there was plenty of space under them, and sometimes we boys would hide out under them to jump out and scare each other or play around. Well, that night, lights were out at 10 o'clock as usual, and we were all in our cots whispering and joking and staying up a little too long. We kept an eye out on the camp counselor, who was working his way around, to make sure all the campers were fast asleep, and that everyone was there and accounted for. There was 4 of us to a tent, so Seth, John, and I had been sharing ours with a new friend we had been assigned with at camp. His name was Logan, and he was a pretty cool guy. He was a huge Pokemon fan, as were the 3 of us, so we hit it off really fast. Pretty soon, we were all fast asleep. At a very early time in the morning, when it was still dark out, I was awoken by the sound of a gnawing and crunching. The moon was fairly bright, but on the inside of those tent platforms, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a thing. It sounded like it was coming from the back corner of our platform, so I immediately assumed it was Seth raiding the cookie stash we had been hiding from the rest of the boys. But before I could chew him out about it, Seth himself said to me in a soft whisper, "Nathan, what are you doing, dude?" Slightly confused, I whispered right back to him in the same tone. "I was about to ask you the same thing." My eyes had adjusted a little to the darkness, and the moonlight coming in through the small back slit of the canvas tent was helping me to see things a bit better. I could make out the dark shape of Seth sitting up on his bunk, and then my other 2 friends were still fast asleep. As we both sat there listening, I could tell that the sound was actually coming from beneath our platform, where we would often hide out and play around. I slipped out of my cot and quietly made my way to Seth's, because his was the closest to the back flap of the tent. By the time I had made it to him, the sounds had stopped. Seth and I both slowly stuck our heads out of the back flap of the tent, and there in the moonlight, standing by a tree maybe 30 feet away from us, stood this wild-looking creature. It was like 6.5 feet tall, covered in thick matted brown hair from the waist down. What was really strange was that its torso was built like a man's, like a really hairy man's at that, but its legs were like a goat's, with its knees inverted, and I could very clearly see its hooves. The thing's head was the scariest part. The way its horns were so thick at the base, and they came out all twisted. It was just violently rubbing its horns against the trunk of a tree. Seth suddenly whispered in a low strain to me, something that made me jump. "What in the world is that thing?" But I just couldn't respond. I kept staring at it. I couldn't take my eyes off of it, no matter how hideous it was. After a moment, the thing stopped rubbing its horns on the tree and simply walked away. Seth and I were horrified, though. We wanted to get out of our tent and go tell the camp director, but he was located on the opposite row of tents from ours, about 5 tents down, meaning we'd have to step out of our tents, out there with that thing. We decided to wait until morning to tell anyone what we saw. When we told John and Logan about it, they didn't really believe us at first, thought that we were just making it up to scare them or prank them. But when we told the camp director at breakfast that morning, they knew we weren't lying. Well, our friends did anyway. But the camp director didn't care, saying that some of the other boys probably brought some sort of costume or mask against the rules, and just to scare the other campers. He said not to worry, he'd get to the bottom of it, but that's not what it was at all. The rest of the week at that camp we spent there in utter fear whenever nightfall came. We never did hear or see anything else, thank God, but because of the way the camp counselors made us feel stupid for what we knew we saw, we never had the courage to tell anyone else. It's an awful thing to have seen something like this, to be unable to tell anyone, because I know it's real, and I know it's still out there. The Goat Creature, submitted by Dimitri L. I've had several quick experiences with creepy and scary things, but this one has really made me wonder. It was a couple of years ago when I visited England with my family. We were going to visit an old mill, said to contain one of the oldest witch-related carvings. When we made it to the cliffside, we began walking down towards the mill, on a barely there trail. We suddenly saw this old man walking up to us, and my dad asked if we were headed the right way towards the mill. The old man was polite, and it was just a bit farther to the left apparently. When we looked in that direction though, we didn't see much, but when I turned to look towards the man to ask if he was sure, he was gone. Dad said he had walked off, but no one remembered seeing him do so. Anyway, we walked towards the mill, where the man had said it would be. And it definitely wasn't as close as he said it was, but it was in that direction. When we got there, something definitely felt weird or off. Dark is how I would describe it. It was like we were being watched by something, or we were unwelcome. We left after taking a few photos, which was way earlier than we planned on leaving. I think all of us were feeling the same thing, the same dread. As we walked back up the cliff, I didn't notice that my family was walking faster than me, and before I knew it, I was much further behind them. But I wasn't alone, apparently. I began to have a panic attack. I suddenly found myself looking in every direction, trying to find the source of my fear, and that's when I saw it, 10 feet away from me. It had a goat's head, pure brown fur, but the body of a man. I froze for a moment, and it stared back at me. But when it huffed a great burst of air out of its nostrils, it scared me so bad that I turned and ran back up the cliff to my family, almost falling right off the edge. When I made it back to them, I immediately turned to see if that thing was following me, but it was gone as well. I haven't seen anything like it since then, but I never want to go back to that witch's mill. And I didn't bring it up to my family either. They didn't see it, and it's something that's hard to convince someone else is real if they didn't experience it firsthand. I know it has something to do with that place. I know those grounds must be haunted by something. And though I'm curious, I'm too afraid to ever want to go back.
Paranormal Goatman. From Dolly B. Location, Missouri. Everything I'm about to tell you is 100% true. I'm not going to lie about what happened in that nightmare house. I'll tell you today one of my many experiences I've had living in that portal to the underworld. For a bit of context, I live in a 2-story, 3-bedroom house
It is located in a small town in Missouri and was built sometime in the late 1800s. The living room and dining room connect, and the dining room leads to the kitchen. From that kitchen you can see the large furnace that is located in the dining room, our primary heat source. My sister Cass and I are a pair of serious night owls. Both of us suffer from migraines, and the sun and loud noises don't help. And as we're homeschooled, we're allowed to sleep during the day and work and live at night, for the most part. We were in the kitchen and it was around 3 a.m. We had just put a pizza in the oven when it hit me, my bladder demanding that I use the restroom. I headed off to do my business while my sister watched the food. As I headed back toward the kitchen, I found my sister on the floor. She had her face covered with her hands, and she was just huddled in a corner. Freaked out at the sight of this, I rushed over and asked her frantically what was going on. "Was it you? Don't lie to me, was it you?" She asked me repeatedly in a worried, almost tear-filled voice. I told her I didn't know what she was rambling about. I had been in the bathroom the whole time and had no idea what was happening. She began to calm down, and after she did, she told me that while she was waiting for me to come back, something kept peeking around the corner of the doorway, the one that led to the dining room. As she said this, she began to panic again. I tried to calm her down, assuring her that it was probably just her imagination. And that's when we both heard it, the sound of something moving. I stood up, and so did my sister, but then all the color in my face drained out of me. Because there, in the corner between the furnace and the wall, there were eyes, something with deep eyes. It was peeking around the corner of the stove, long nails wrapped around the furnace. I would have thought it was some intruder, a thief maybe, except for the large black horns on top of its head. My sister began to tremble and sob, and I screamed, causing the dogs to come running. I called out my grandma's name, who was asleep in the living room, but there was no response, even when I screamed louder and louder. Finally, my body covered in goosebumps, I ran into the dining room and flicked the light on. When I did, that horned figure was gone. It was like it disappeared. My grandmother was still asleep in the living room. I grabbed my sister and ran upstairs towards my room. We could still hear it, that thing. It sounded like hooves were banging on the stairs coming right after us. We sat quietly locked in that room, watching underneath the door, waiting for it. That was when the hallway went black, completely dark. It went quiet too, before a loud bang came from just outside the door, and the door popped off the hinges as if something slammed against it. We screamed as another bang hit the door, which was barely holding on, but had now knocked it to the floor. That's when Tucker, our Great Dane, ran up the stairs growling loudly. He ran in, sitting down in front of us, then sniffed and licked my crying sister. We sat in my room with Tucker until sunrise, the doorway blocked by a dresser now. We bolted out once the sun came up. I have no clue what the thing was that was watching us, but I do know that my dogs will often stare at that corner for hours, never letting my family go near it. A lot of sinister experiences have happened in that house, which I've occupied for 4 years now. My family is currently looking for move, but in the time being, let's hope things stay quiet. Red Ash Goatman from Skater 91. Location, Tennessee. On Valentine's Day of 2013, I was skateboarding with a friend of mine on the back streets. He had never been up this old road that led to the mining town nearby. It had been ran down for years. It was really just a bunch of abandoned buildings, a railroad, and an old creepy church. There were no streetlights either, so at night the place was pitch black. We started walking at around 3 in the afternoon, skating on occasion along the way. This place is supposedly haunted. People say that folks practice witchcraft here, or in the surrounding woods, and there have been rumors of people going missing or perishing here since the 1940s. We kept walking and skating until it was getting close to dark. We must have been 5 or 6 miles up into Red Ash. As we turned to go back home, as it was getting late, we felt something was watching us. Sure, that's a cliché thing to feel or talk about, but when both you and another person get this feeling out of nowhere at the same time, that definitely means something's up. We began to walk home faster and faster until we saw it. There was no escalation. We didn't hear any sounds before that. We did not have any warnings or any signs. We simply saw it. It stood in the middle of the road behind us, seemingly observing us, though all we felt when we looked at it was fear, nightmarish fear, the kind where you can't think straight because you're scared for your own life. This thing, this monster, it was like half man and half goat. Its head was more of a skull, but it was in the shape of a goat's head, with the body being more human. In all seriousness, it looked similar to the horned god, Baphomet. As we began to walk away from it, trying not to startle or anger it, it walked with us, following us for some time. All the while I could barely breathe. I don't remember being so scared. It didn't stop until we reached the edge of Red Ash, and even then it stood at the edge and stared at us until we could no longer see it. Whatever it really was, demon, Baphomet, or some goat mutant, it was over 7 feet tall and not something you want to encounter at night. Whatever you do, don't walk alone in Red Ash, Tennessee, especially not after dark. Did I just encounter the Goatman? From Ghost Hunting Girl. Location: unknown. It was January 2019. I can't remember the exact day of this incident. I'm not even sure if I really saw something or just imagined it. Everyone who knows me can tell you how fascinated I am with the unknown. I've been having experiences with the paranormal for years, and sometimes I even host ghost hunts and paranormal investigations with my friends. As for this experience, it was a cold, dark evening, about 6:30 p.m. I had just returned home from work. It had been a long, stressful day, and I was trying my best to relax. I was sitting out on the driveway on an old porch swing, having a few cigarettes. I had just lit up my second one when, out of nowhere, I heard this disturbing sound that shook me to the core. The best way I can describe it is the sound of some kind of goat or sheep mixed with metal. It was so deep and loud that I nearly dropped the cigarette into my lap. I tried to pinpoint the sound and realized it must have come from my neighbor's field to the west. The scary part is, he doesn't own any livestock like that. None, in fact. I sat frozen in place for a moment before going back to my own business. I picked up my phone and called my fiancée. Our routine is to talk on the phone every night and smoke after I got home from work. As we were talking, I heard the sound reverberate again. It was louder than before. Closer, I think. It made me jump a little, and I knew right then that I wasn't losing what was left of my mind. That sound was real. This was confirmed to me when my fiancée suddenly asked through the phone, "What was that?" Clearly, it had been loud enough for him to hear over the phone. I described to him what I'd been hearing, and it confused him almost as much as it did me. What really creeped me out, though, is that the next few times I heard it, it would seem further away, then close, then far away again. What on earth was going on? I ignored all the red flags that were going up in my head. Then I went back to our conversation. We ended up discussing work and various duties we had to perform. For the record, my fiancé is a lifeguard, and he talks about it all the time. He began telling me about something he'd been working on, and went on for about 5 minutes. Of course, I began to zone out, not paying much attention to what he said. My eyes drifted toward the fence line separating our property from the neighbors. There, through the trees, I saw something. It was a dark shadow or figure, appearing to be long and slender. Its eyes, if that's what I was seeing, were nearly 7 feet off the ground. They stared intently in my direction, not blinking at all. The creature moved slowly back and forth, as if attempting to get a better view of something. It was then that I knew what it was doing. It was trying to find a way through the fence, trying to find a way into our property. I uttered a few swear words and scooted back on the swing as far as I could. I did not want to be on the same side of the fence as that creature. My fiancé quieted down finally to ask me what was wrong, but I didn't answer. I was too busy watching this creature that had seemingly appeared out of thin air. Something else came out of my mouth, though. I can't remember what, but I do remember blinking spastically. When I stopped, that thing was gone. My fiancé was scared now, and he demanded to know what was wrong with me. I quickly described everything that had just happened. He cussed to himself and tried to persuade me to retreat inside the house. There wasn't a hint of doubt in his voice. I insisted that I wasn't frightened, and I wanted to smoke another cigarette, but he continued to plead with me that I needed to get inside now. I could hear his voice trembling, so I listened. I shoved the lighter back in my pocket, and I did as he asked. From there, I pretended that it was a perfectly normal night. I didn't bother telling my mom about it, or any of my close friends for that matter. I didn't know who would believe me, or who would call me crazy. I've heard stories about the Goatman many times, so that was my first guess as to what I'd just seen. Luckily for me, I haven't seen it since, but I've still heard the sounds at night. I'm not scared of it, surprisingly. Sometimes I wish I could see the figure again, closer up even, because that morbid side of me needs to see more. Where did it come from? What does it want? Did I really see the Goatman? Creature in the Woods, from Cordia, Atlantis. Before I begin, this is quite true. I've heard the yells with my own ears at night, inside and outside. I still don't know what was yelling in those woods that night, but here's the story. I've lived in the woods my whole life, and needless to say, I've heard things that go bump in the night. Sure, you've got your usual animals, crickets, and the wind, but there's a sound that remains a mystery to me. There would be this yelling at night. I don't think it was a fox yell, which was most common in that area, but it was more akin to a goat. I know, weird. Better yet, sometimes it sounds like it's circling our house. One night I went to take the dogs out to use the restroom. We were in the woods and the dogs were well trained, so they didn't need a leash. After those 10 minutes, I went to call the dogs back inside. Mind you, it was wintertime, cold enough for a jacket, but not cold enough for snow. So usually the dogs would be running around and I'd have to go and wait for them in the cold. As I was waiting for the dogs, I hear this goat-like yell starting in the woods next to the house, and it just kept going. I remember thinking, what is that? While looking around, trying to find where it was coming from, but I could not see a thing. So I called the dogs, who eventually came back, and I was bringing them in when that yelling started to circle the house again. Scared, I brought the dogs in quickly and closed the doors. I counted 1, 2, 3, 4 to make sure all the dogs were back inside. I nearly couldn't count them all because they ran off so fast to hide. They were scared. I even found one of them hiding and cowering under my bed. I stayed up inside that night, listening to something walking around outside, making that goat scream. I have no idea what it is, and I'm terrified that one of these nights soon, I'm going to be outside when it starts getting close to the house, and I'm going to end up seeing it up close. Something followed me through the woods. From Mini 1396. Location, Virginia. This event took place when I was about 13. That was 11 years ago now. I was a girl who moved around a lot with family because my dad was in the military. As for this story, we were living in Virginia, near the historic Triangle area. We lived on an old military base that had a lot of wooded land with a few roads throughout for people to bike on and for the standard military stuff. My family, some friends, and I would bike on these roads quite often. It was very relaxing, and because we traveled in a group, we weren't worried about coyotes or bears or anything like that. We felt quite safe. However, we kids were told very sternly to never go back on those roads without a parent and to never ever split from the group. My best friend at the time and I chalked it up to them being afraid that we would hurt ourselves or be mistaken for prey by hunters. The base often allowed hunters in to help take care of the crazy deer population, or maybe they just wanted to keep us away in case the military was doing their thing back there. As you can imagine, we were quite wrong about their warning. We were on one of our bike rides, about 3 families all together in the group. My best friend and I started lagging behind, and eventually we were at the back of the group. As we rounded a corner, I kid you not, a snake fell from the tree branches above onto my handlebars. I naturally freaked out and wrecked, refusing to get back on my bike. I know, it was the temper tantrum of the century. My friend was laughing and just rode off without me. I stood there staring at my bike. Then I looked back down the road, then back to my bike. I did not want to get back on that thing, and basically said screw it, I'll walk back. We weren't too far in, after all, and I knew the roads quite well, even the gravel ones, because my dad would drive me around back there in his Jeep. So I was quite confident as I walked back down the road and turned down a dirt road. As I'm walking down this road, I start hearing rustling behind me. I shrug it off, thinking it was just a rabbit, since we had seen quite a few on the ride already. The rustling grew closer, and then was past me and to the front of me. Then it stopped. I stopped there and decided to bark at it to scare it off. Branches suddenly snapped in response. I screamed and took off running. Naturally, I ran in the direction of home, which was right past this thing. And as I'm running, I hear the weirdest sounding growl. It wasn't like a dog's. It was deep, and it had the undertones of several different growls underneath it. Each of them had multiple pitches all rolled into one, and it was quite disturbing. I ran like my life depended on it, and this thing kept pace with me. I heard branches being torn asunder and leaves rustling in its wake, but still I was deep enough in the woods that I couldn't make out what it was. But did I really want to see it? The road curved sharply to the left, and my feet slid out from under me as I tried to take the turn quickly. I ended up sliding off the road into a little ditch before the woods began. I'd say it was a 3-foot grassy area off the road. As I scrambled to my feet in a panic, I'm pretty sure I was crying by then, and the thing's growl turned into a human-like laugh. I bolted. I ran and ran, but didn't feel like I was getting any closer to home. After the curve, I should have been on the main road, but I didn't even see it. Off to the left before the main road, there would be a little ruin of sorts, and my frantic mind thought if I could maybe get to the ruin, I would be safe. The thing was still crashing through the woods on my right. I saw my life flash before my eyes. But then I saw the ruins, and I could have laughed in relief had the thing not been chuckling again. I could hear it starting to move in, and I jumped, basically dove, into the foundation of the ruin. It had 4 walls with an open doorway that I ran into. I don't know why I thought I'd be safe there, but I think it to this day. I would have never made it home without it. The thing was still trying to toy with me, and when I turned to look back at the doorway, I saw fur. Not the brown-red fur of coyotes. It was black and very wiry looking, but I didn't see a face, just fur and mangled backward legs. The joints didn't look right. They were like a normal dog's, but backwards. I would have thought it was going the other direction, but it was clearly going to the right, even if the legs looked like they were moving to the left. It growled again, sounding more frustrated than the earlier growls. It seemed upset that I had hidden myself. I expected it to charge right through the fragile doorway at any moment, but it simply circled the ruin before going back off to the woods. I didn't leave the ruin until a base police officer found me. She looked terrified. My dad recently told me that she had seen hoof prints that had paw pad prints mixed with it, like some sort of weird goat-wolf hybrid. The officer also admitted that she heard strange laughter echoing where she found me. That's why she practically yanked me out of my hiding spot and threw me into her truck. We didn't speak until we reached my house, where my frustrated parents were waiting to hug me and yell at me. I didn't tell them what chased me, but when my dad told me years later what the officer saw, I finally told him myself. I really don't know what it was. The deformed legs make me think Skinwalker. Every time we went riding after that, I would hear growling and catch glimpses of black fur in the woods. Again, I don't know what it was, but I know it was either hunting me or just toying with me. But there's one thing that escapes me. Why did it refuse to enter the ruins? The Thing in Kentucky. From Silverwolf 69. Location, Kentucky. I've been to almost a fifth of the states in the US for long stretches of time, and I've always gotten something out of it. An interesting picture, a weird occasion, odd personal stories, pretty much everything. When I went to Kentucky for a week-long vacation, I expected to maybe have a souvenir. Instead, I got something much more than I bargained for. One night, I was walking in a field somewhere in the eastern part of the state. I had just listened to a podcast about poison hornets, which are supposedly hornets that were exposed to chemicals in Ohio. Anyway, before I left, they were about to bring up a story from Kentucky, but I turned off the radio before they did. I decided to just walk around aimlessly, passing the time. It was then that I saw something tall and thin walking into a tree line. I followed it and soon saw that there was nothing there. Not a man, not a woman, not a child. Not a ghost or skinwalker like you might be expecting. I decided to do something that may have been illegal, and I placed a trail camera that I had brought with me, just for these strange occasions. I wound it around a sturdy tree and left for the night, then hunkered down in my rented car and took a nap, but ended up sleeping through the night. The next morning, I trudged out to the spot and saw something strange. The camera was lying on the ground, and the branches of the tree were lower than I remembered. I had a sense of unease about this, so I grabbed my camera and booked it out of the woods. While eating at a diner later that day, I heard a man telling the waitress about what he called a living tree. "I insist the tree can move on its own," he said with clear conviction. Another person said that it was the man mantis of Kentucky, a creature that was a mantis as big as a man and very muscular, which allowed it to bend objects until they look entirely different. I did some research on what he said. I found that he was one of only a few that reported that particular thing. Soon I talked to another guy who lived in Kentucky his whole life, and he told me what he believed it was: the Goatman. From what he thought of it, he thought that a brilliant scientist who loved to experiment with goats had created it. That one day he went insane and horribly messed up something and turned himself into a half-goat, half-human hybrid. Now, to this day, he'll cause people to go to dangerous sites, especially the railroad trestle, where someone was recently ended by an oncoming train while walking on it for reasons unknown. I wasn't convinced, but decided to act like I was. Superstitious or not, I did everything I could to avoid it. The day I left, I decided to just take a leaf back as a souvenir. As I tore off a leaf from that very same tree, I heard a snarl behind me. I was startled, panicked even. Without looking, I placed the leaf on the ground, walked away slowly, and counted to 30 in my head. When I got to 30, I whipped out my phone, snapped a photo behind me, and broke into a full sprint. When I got back to my car, I dove inside and locked the door. I slammed the gas pedal and made a K-turn to leave. As I did, I saw the thing staring at me from the tree line. It was covered in dirty white fur on the top half, but the bottom was hard to describe. Its expression was angry, and I could see horns. I thought it looked more like a satyr than a goatman, but either way, I was out. I was so spooked by this event that I haven't gone back to Kentucky, and I might never go back.
Was It the Goatman? By Regular Decaf. My family used to live in an old trailer out in the woods in southern Missouri. We never had much money, but we did the best we could. Honestly though, I hated living out there. The place was run down before we even got it. Trash in the yard that wasn't ours, and leaky pipes that ended up rotting out in a few spots in the walls of the place. It always smelled of mildew, and the nearest neighbor was about 3 miles down the road. So I guess the only good part about the place was how quiet it was. Don't get me wrong, I am very grateful to my parents. They did the best they could with the money they made. Even after the struggling finances and shoddy living situation, my family had the most miserable time at that trailer. And I believe it was because of the Goatman. Now hear me out. So many different events occurred that both terrified and traumatized my family that seemed to have no explanation. But after reading so much about this Goatman on the internet, despite how unbelievable it sounds, I believe I may have found the answer to what haunted us so many years ago. The following experiences happened from 1991 to 1995. In 91, I was 11 years old. At the time, we had just moved in. Unemptied boxes littered the place, and a feeling of excitement and anxiety were shared amongst my parents and me. The place was a downgrade. My father had been laid off, and we were forced to move.
So, when we weren't a bit excited about being out in the country for the first time in our lives, there was tension about bills or groceries and mortgage. All in all, I was happy with the move. I was just a kid. If there were trees to climb, I was fine, and the woods around the place were abundant with trees ripe for the climbing. I do remember the day we were assigned a chore list. I thought for sure it was one of those things they tried to enforce that never really held up, like no more fast food, or no more soda, or no more staying up past 10. With that assumption, I was completely wrong. One of my new chores was simply taking out the trash to a makeshift wire bin about 20 yards from the house. Easy peasy, right? Well, I've always been a bit of a procrastinator. What I should have done during the day, I ended up doing just before bed. I don't think most people understand just how dark it gets out there away from the city, especially during a new moon. Good luck seeing just a few inches in front of your face. I stepped slowly off the rotting wood porch, massive trash bags sloshing around behind me. The fear didn't hit all at once. It had been with me all day. This was my problem. If only I had taken it out earlier. 20 yards. Without hesitation or looking behind me, I ran toward the makeshift dumpster. Every step of my own sounded far too loud, and for a faint moment, I thought I heard another pair of footsteps stomping the ground with my own. 10 yards. I assumed it was merely my active imagination, my fear running wild, but the first clomp of a footstep that was out of sync with my own confirmed that I was not alone out there, and that I was not the only thing running. 5 yards. I was already too close to turn back. The trash bin was so close. Going back now would result in me getting chewed out for being lazy or afraid of the dark. Apparently, these are bad reasons for not being able to do my chores. The clomping sounded closer. God, I could feel a presence just behind me. It sounded so close. The bin was close enough. I threw the bag in, hoping that it landed inside the wide opening at the top. It hit the edge of the wire, ripping the bag in tween and spilling its contents. Thankfully, they fell into the bin. Somehow not thinking about the presence I had just heard, I turned to run back to safety. I regret that split-second decision every day of my life. I wish I had circled back. I wish I had taken the long way to the back door, but no. I turned around to retrace those very same steps that had been followed by something. There in front of me, literally only inches from my face, was a creature about twice my height. It was covered in long, coarse hair that smelled of urine and soil. When I had turned around, the thing pulled its hand away, the hand itself that had been reaching out toward me. I saw 5 dirty fingers, black nails on the tips. I stumbled backward immediately, falling on my ass and crawling away backward. I never broke eye contact with the creature before me. It shifted, its dirty fur coat ruffling as it did. That's when I noticed the curled horns on top of its head. Before I could scream, the thing turned toward the forest's edge and bounded away. In my fear, my anxiety, I assumed that I had just seen some sort of weird Bigfoot, but the sight of its inversely jointed legs and cloven hooves assured me that this was something far different. Something worse. Oddly enough, eyes wide open, staring into those woods, I could only walk back inside the house, shutting and locking the door. Maybe I was in shock. I've heard, read, and seen people's supposed accounts of some strange beast walking across the road as they were driving. But Jesus Christ, something twice my size and probably 4 times my weight had reached out to me, tried to reach out and touch me. Sleep was something I could not achieve for a while after that. I tried to catch up on my sleep at school whenever possible. Needless to say, it definitely affected my grades. My parents never knew about it. As far as I know, I didn't bother to tell them. They'd probably just laugh at me anyway. I wish I was joking. I wish it was the only encounter with that thing that I had. About 3 months after that, which was plenty of time for me to forget that incident, to convince myself that it was just a terrible, realistic dream, my parents decided to go out one night for a date night. I was pretty excited. I loved being home alone. Nobody around to stop me from doing whatever stupid thing I decided to do, which ended up just being me playing Game Boy on the couch. They said their goodbyes, I love yous, and don't go into our bedroom unless you want to be scarred for life. You know, the usual parent stuff. The moment they shut that door, I grabbed my Game Boy and started blasting blocks on Tetris. Eventually, I fell asleep, Game Boy in my lap and the TV still quietly playing in the background. Crash. It sounded like something big had just shattered into pieces. I jumped up, hazy and half asleep. It was silent. I've had dreams before that jerked me back to life after a loud sudden thud in my head. At first, I thought this was that I had just been dreaming and heard a thud in my dream. But it was a shattering sound. I sat there motionless, staring into the hallway just beyond the open kitchen. It stayed quiet for several moments later. After a while, I decided that it was nothing and started to close my eyes. I jumped up the moment I heard my parents' bedroom door open. The door itself was beyond the hallway, which was behind another door, so I knew something was coming. I just couldn't see it, not until the hallway door opened. I knew better than to wait for that to happen. Whatever it was coming quickly. I didn't have time to think. I ran to the sink, opened the cabinet below it, and hid. I barely fit, but luckily I was able to shut the doors. To see the intruder, I left a crack in the cabinet doors, not too much though. I didn't want it to look obvious that I was looking through the crack. I heard the hallway door open. My heart ached with every beat. Never before have I felt so terrified. Someone was in the house with me. Some burglar or thief had broken in through the large window in my parents' room. Clomp, clomp, clomp. The sound was heavy and close. Those footsteps did not sound like the boots of a thief. In fact, they sounded familiar. Clomp, clomp. Before I could connect that sound to where I had once heard it, the sight of tall, hairy legs stepping onto the linoleum took my breath away. That creature from before. It was inside my home. For far too long, those legs did not move. It was right in front of the sink, just standing and waiting as if it knew where I was. Finally, the thing did move. It stepped heavily toward the living room where only seconds ago I had been sleeping. I tried not to think about what might have happened had I been asleep still. I could hear it breathing, sniffing the air. How could it not know I was there? Surely it could smell me. It just kept sniffing and walking around the living room. Now I could only listen. My vision was exclusive to the kitchen directly ahead. All I could make out were a few legs of the kitchen table. The feeling of hearing and not seeing, it was torture. The steps were coming again. Loud, calm, everything I wasn't at that moment. It took every ounce of my strength just to hold back from screaming. For another treacherous moment, those demonic legs stood in front of me. This time, though, they stepped away quickly. Soon those heavy steps faded away. I had no idea if that thing was out of the house, but I had to do something. I crawled out from under the sink and raced toward the hallway. I reached to close the door, and the moment I did, that thing's face, horns and all, emerged from the darkness of the room across the way. Slamming the door shut, I grabbed the kitchen chair next to me and lodged it under the doorknob. It didn't hold like they show in the movies. The moment that creature hit the door from the other side, the chair slid forward until friction finally worked its magic. Through the small gap in the partially open door, I could see nothing but the darkness of my parents' open bedroom. Suddenly, all was calm, quiet. Yet I was more scared than before. I backed up to the end of the living room, where my bedroom door was. I couldn't move beyond there. I had to make sure that thing couldn't escape. If it did, I made sure I had enough time to escape into my room and lock the door. Hopefully the lock would hold. Still, though, the door didn't shake, move, or jounce. The thing that had hit the door, it was as if it was no longer there. I waited for painful ages, and nothing. I slid down to the floor, weak and sore from adrenaline. I forced myself not to blink. I just stared at that door. "Daniel." My mother's voice rang softly from the hallway. My back grew rigid. My mouth hung agape. "Daniel, come here. Open this door, please." That wasn't my mother. It couldn't have been my mother, unless my parents returned home and crawled through the broken window in their room. It didn't make any sense. Maybe I was going crazy. "Open the door. Open it now. Open it. Open it. Open it. Daniel, open it now." The voice grew louder and louder, becoming a low, rumbling shout rather than the sweet, melodic voice of my mother. "Daniel!" Another voice like the one before came from the front door. "Get the door, hon. We got a little too many leftovers." It was my parents. I stood quickly, both thankful and afraid that my parents had finally come home. The moment I took a step toward the front door, I felt the floor tremble with impossibly heavy footsteps as the thing in the hallway ran back toward my parents' room. I ran to the door and opened it. There, my mother and father stood with several doggy bags over each arm. "Oh, thank goodness. Now take one of these." Before she could finish, I was behind them, pushing them into the house. Once inside, I locked the door and reinforced the hallway door with another chair, like it would help. "What are you doing?" my father asked, placing the doggy bags on the table. He loved his Italian food. "Somebody broke in," I stuttered a reply. I could tell by the look on his face that he didn't believe me. That is, until he really looked at me. I was shaking, staring off into the distance, barely able to stand. He suddenly got very serious. He grabbed the rifle from the gun rack in the living room, and then he moved the chairs from the hallway door. My mother held on to me as we both stood quietly, knowing how tense the situation was. Well, they didn't truly know. They didn't really understand. Even when my father found long, coarse hair on the broken glass of their bedroom window. They didn't know that there was no burglar, no thief, no thug. Something had broken into the house to get to me. Years passed. I became a high schooler. Girls became more interesting than Game Boys. Sooner than I ever thought, those traumatic events with that nightmarish creature disappeared from my mind. Maybe I was suppressing them to keep myself sane. Maybe I just honestly believed that that was the last of it. God, I was naive. My mother died 40 years young in 1995. She was a great mother, a happy woman, but a terrible eater. Heart disease was a terrible beast, especially for a short, chubby woman who refused to change her ways. My father and I continued to live. It was a quiet life. We ate healthier and we respected one another. The circumstances of my life made me stern and mature. A 16-year-old acting like a middle-aged man. Our only disagreements came when my father went to church. He'd go every Wednesday and Sunday, and he'd do everything in his power to try to convince me to go. I'd say no. I had my reasons not to believe in God. The God of the Christian Bible, that is. He didn't like it, but quietly he accepted my decision. It was a Sunday afternoon. He was getting ready to leave for the afternoon service. "You know, it'd make you happier believing in something," he would always tell me. He had said that same thing that Sunday evening. "Yeah, I know," I replied, trying not to sound rude. "I just don't believe in that." He nodded and walked out. That evening was quiet. The fall trees reflected a gold hue through the window shades. It was nice and made the homework I was catching up on much easier to focus on. About an hour or two after my dad left, there was a banging on the door. I smiled. "Dad, you forget your key again?" The knocking continued. I got up, rolling my eyes. "I'm coming, Dad. You gotta stop taking the key off your ring." "Daniel, come here. Open the door, please." It was my mother's voice. spoken the same as I had heard it so long ago. I stumbled backward, choking on air that I simply couldn't catch. "Daniel, open it, open it, open it, open it, now!" That dread from years ago flooded me deeper than before. This fucking thing, using my mother's voice to get to me. Disgusting, and my father was still out there. He could come home at any second. "Go away!" I screamed at the door, but the knocking grew louder and more rapid. "Get the fuck out of here! Stop it!" Without realizing, I stood up and ran at the door. I have no idea what I was thinking, what I was expecting. I guess the idea of my mother's sweet voice being a most terrifying, sinister noise. It got to me, because as I grabbed and began to turn the doorknob, I could feel the regret welling up inside me. Why did I turn that knob? In an instant, I opened the door. My heart seemed to stop, and a blinding light filled my gaze. "Son?" I flinched from the light and fell onto my knees. "Are you okay?" My father shut the car door, the headlights flicking off. He ran toward me, the memory of that night so many days ago fresh in his eyes. He had seen me like that once before. He picked me up and set me on the couch. He locked all the doors and grabbed his gun. I tried to fight that catatonic state. My heart beat wildly, slow, then fast, hard, then subtle. My father spoke again. "Pack your things." I managed to look over at him. I know there was no burglar here that night. He wiped the sweat from his brow and swallowed hard before continuing. "You weren't the only one who saw it." Goatman Attack. Submitted by Just Plain Screwed. Back in the mid-90s, I would run tree limbs along a long winding road in the backwoods of Kentucky in my old Ford pickup. Growing up there, I heard countless stories of strange things. These stories were usually your typical creature-in-the-woods sightings, but for my 30 years of living there at the time, not once had I seen anything strange. And believe me, I drove through and worked in the woods on a daily basis. I was so sure that if I was going to see something weird, I would have already seen it. I was dead wrong. We were finishing up loading some tree limbs into my pickup. The last part of the day was packing in the wood and driving it cross-county. I loved it. The scenery was beautiful. I got to listen to my music, and just being alone with my thoughts was nice. That evening, as the sun set above the tree line, I was just passing an old wide pasture. In the distance on the road ahead of me, I could see a large black mound on the side of the road, just next to the barbed wire fence separating the road from the pasture. I slowed down as I got closer. I was in no hurry, and my curiosity got the better of me. As I got closer, the sight of the thing made me a bit nervous. Of course, driving up on the dead body of an animal would make anyone nervous, right? On the side of the road, a black cow lay dead. Its eyes bulged from their sockets as flies repeatedly landed and flew from its cornea. I drove up a little closer. It was a little morbid of me, but I wanted to know what might have killed the thing. There were tufts of fur hanging from some of the barbs on the fence beside it, as if the thing had tried to run through or jump over it. As for the body, I couldn't find any marks or blood. Maybe it died of a heart attack. Maybe something had chased it. Mischievous dogs and coyotes were rampant in these parts after all. I put the truck back in drive. Before I could push down on the accelerator, I heard a thud. My truck suddenly jounced back and forth. Something had fallen into the bed of my pickup. Immediately, I turned toward my back window. The sun had almost completely set by this time, and I couldn't make out much, save for the red-tinted bark of the branches closest to the glass, highlighted ominously by the brake light. I waited, still staring into the bed. I had heard something. Searching with my eyes, I could not find anything out of place. Then, my eyes locked onto something I didn't recognize. It looked like a patch of grass or fur. I could see its follicles catching in the wind. For a moment, I thought it may have been grass and soil we may have pulled up while throwing in the branches. When whatever it was attached to lifted itself up and stood on 2 legs, I feared for my life. But I could not help but watch in wonder and horror as this thing leaned forward, revealing itself in the faint red brake light. Yes, my foot was on the brake this whole time. In the 3 or so seconds that I watched this thing loom ever closer to my rear window, I made out exactly what I was looking at. The creature, and it was definitely no man. It was covered in dirty, matted fur from head to toe. Its legs didn't bend the way a human's do. They looked bent or twisted at the knees. Toward its upper body, the fur grew thin to the point I could see skin underneath, and its face. Oh God, it made my skin crawl. It looked both human and beast at the same time. All at once, my fear got the best of me. Without looking, I stomped the gas pedal on the floor. The truck took off, and I watched the creature jump out of the bed and land in the middle of the road, unscathed by the sudden acceleration. It just stood there, a silhouette growing dark in the distance. The damn thing had to have been at least 6 feet tall. It towered over the barbed wire fence on the side of the road. I have no idea what happened that night. I can easily tell you that my drives through that area are no longer fun. As I pass through that pasture, I feel like I'm being watched. I can't help but drive a little faster when I'm in that area. Did that dead cow have anything to do with my experience? I feel like this creature had set me up, like it had laid a trap for me. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I wish I never would have stopped. Never have I been so afraid, especially in the place that has been my home all my life. I hope to God I don't break down on that road. Goatman on the Road. Submitted by 123 Crypt Key. Cabins are so creepy. I guess it's my fault, though, for letting myself get creeped out by something that's supposed to be a vacation getaway. But I can't help but think about all the dozens of stories I've read online about creepy experiences at cabins. I can say for sure that I never thought I'd experience something for myself. My friend Laura and I decided to go up to my grandma's cabin one weekend during the winter. The cabin was deep in the woods of North Dakota. It was a beautiful place. I often stayed there with my grandparents as a child. Now, I was in college, and it was time to relax after some pain-in-the-ass finals. The first night was exactly what I hoped it would be. We played video games, talked, and laughed. I spent the morning drinking coffee and reading a book on the couch. I wish I could spend every day like that. Well, it wasn't until night that things got a little weird. "Hey, Melissa." Laura called to me as she walked inside. She had just gone to the gas station in my Jeep to get some cigarettes. "What's up?" I asked. When I walked around the corner, I noticed she had entered through the front door backwards, keeping her eyes on something just beyond the glass of the door. "Do you see it?" she murmured. I almost didn't hear her. I leaned over and looked out of the living room window. All I saw was the snow-covered road that emerged from the woods and led up to the driveway. I don't see what... Before I could finish, a tall, dark silhouette stepped from the tree line by the road on the right and onto the road itself. It had a long stride. In 2 steps it had crossed nearly onto the other side of the road. It just stopped there. We could see it turning in every direction. Who the hell is that? You could hear the confusion in Laura's voice. I have no idea. There's no cabins anywhere close to here. That gas station is the closest thing to us, and it's a 20-minute drive out. My mind was reeling. Who's the guy just standing there out in the driveway? The figure then turned back toward the tree line from which it had originated and took 2 long steps. It disappeared quickly into the woods. I threw on my jacket and boots. Without a word, Laura did the same. We have always been a curious pair. Fear always came second to our curiosity. Maybe that's why I can read hours of scary stories. Anyway, we stepped out onto the driveway and headed toward the beginning of the road that entered the woods. The snow itself was at least 8 inches deep. As soon as we stood where that man was, we saw the tracks on the ground. Hooves. There were obvious hoof prints on the ground like a ram or sheep had been walking around. We did not see anyone or anything but that man a few seconds ago. Unless he was walking a goat or something that was bleach white like the snow, there were no animals out there. We looked at each other and quickly walked back inside. Together, we sat on the couch and warmed ourselves with the fireplace. The TV played MTV something or other, but we both couldn't help but feel a little odd. Eventually, it escaped my mind, and I was able to fall asleep pretty easy. But loud stomping in the middle of the night forced me back to life. Thud, thud, thud. I couldn't make out where it was coming from, but it yanked me from my sleep. Droopy-eyed, I peeked out of the windows of my room. It snowed lightly outside, but I didn't see anyone out there. It must have been Laura stomping down the hallway to get a glass of water. She had never been very light-footed. Thud, thud, thud. The sound came again, and I knew immediately that the sound was not coming from within the house. Now wide-eyed, I got up with my blanket and headed toward the living room. It must have been a full moon that night, because the window shone with quite a bit of light, enough that I could make out the details of the tree line through the windows. I stepped quietly into the living room. Laura was already there, kneeling behind the recliner with her face peeking over it. Before I could ask what the hell she was doing, a tall silhouette appeared behind the curtains of the window. Thud, thud, thud. Someone was on our porch. They walked back and forth from the door to the window over and over again. It looked like he was trying to peek through, trying to find a gap in the curtains. Instinctively, I darted over to the recliner and ducked next to Laura. "He's been there for the last hour," she whispered to me, even though I doubt he could hear us. Mouth open, I watched in horror as this figure walked around our porch, stomping far too loudly than I thought possible. I figured the boots or shoes of anyone would have crunched with all that snow. We didn't have an awning out there. Then he stomped back over to the door and started pounding with his fist. And I'm not talking violently knocking. He was trying to break down the freaking door. I couldn't keep myself from shaking, and it wasn't from the cold. Suddenly, the knocking stopped. That's when we heard the loudest, weirdest sounding scream. There's no way that was human. The scream literally lasted for the duration of a minute. 60 seconds at least of some otherworldly screech. As quickly as it started, it stopped. No stomping, no screaming. All but the howling of the wind had become silent. We didn't go back to our rooms, and we didn't go to sleep. We sat there together, hunched in the floor all night. As soon as daylight broke through those thankfully thick curtains, we packed up and left. I have no idea what we saw out there, but there were hundreds of footprints on our porch. There wasn't a single human footprint in the snow outside, save for our own. Whether that thing was human or not, I want to know one thing. Where the hell did those hoofprints come from? The Goatman is Real by N.V. Us. This is a short but terrifyingly true experience that occurred when I was about 11 or 12 years old. I grew up on a Navajo reservation in Utah. Often, the older guys would go out to a nearby bluff to camp out. I was never allowed to go with them. They were grown-ups, my mother told me. I was just too young. But the older I grew, the more I wanted to go with them. So, one night, I snuck out and followed them out there. It was maybe a 30-minute walk out, and it took everything I had to be quiet enough to not get caught. After an excruciating walk, we made it to the bluff. It was beautiful at night. I had never been there after dark. There had to have been thousands of stars in the sky. It's crazy how different and beautiful everything seemed to be merely half an hour away from my home. Well, now that I was there and the guys were setting up camp, I honestly had no idea what I was going to do. I never thought about it. Did I really expect to just wait out there all night and sleep in the nearby woods? So I decided, once they settled in, I'd make myself known and face the repercussions in the morning. I heard a twig snap behind me. My heart pounded, and I turned to face whatever was there. It was my older brother. I wanted to... I stammered for an excuse. He shushed me with a weird smile on his face. I turned back toward the group in front of me. My brother's friends were putting together a campfire, and my brother was pitching the... Wait. My older brother was setting up the tent, but he was also behind me? I immediately turned around. My brother, no, this impersonator, was now beside me, standing over the bushes as if he didn't care if the others saw him. He stared at the campsite. I was too afraid to move or scream. I sat there waiting and hoping this thing would go away. He was so close. Who knows what might have happened if I would have yelled for my real brother. I don't know why I glanced at his feet, but that's when I couldn't help but jump backward, away from the demon before me. He didn't have feet. He had hooves like a goat. I had heard stories of skinwalkers, even stories of the Goatman. I thought they were just that, stories. But that night on my back on the ground, tears welling up in my eyes, I stared at a being that wasn't my brother, nor was it human. I got up and ran harder than I thought I could, not caring whether that thing chased me or not. I ran until I gripped my older brother's waist in a tight hug. I could feel the guy's eyes on me, but at least I was away from that thing. They knew I was scared. I could hear them asking me why I was crying instead of wondering why I wasn't at home. They drove me home that night and never ratted me out. I never spoke of that night, not even with my brother. No one would believe me anyway. But even so, after all these years, I still can't help but wince whenever my brother smiles at me. Real Goatman Encounter by College Foliage. This will be short but sweet. Well, it won't be sweet at all. This memory haunts me daily. I live in a very mountainous region in Colorado. I love going hiking in the snow, no matter how much snow there might be. I've been a passionate hiker since I was a teenager. One of these hikes, though, the snow seemed to be coming down hard. It's a gamble to hike during the snow. As soon as it seems to be getting rough, it's time to head back. So that's just what I did. But that day, when I did turn back to go toward the opening of the trail, a figure stood before me. It was about 5 feet tall, had dark, messy fur, and it smelled strongly of piss. I was taken aback when I saw it. The thing resembled a dark mountain goat, but I swear to you, this fucker was standing on its hind legs. I stared at it, bewildered, wondering if the thing had been following me this close the whole time. The thought freaked me out, to be honest. In a matter of seconds, the creature grunted and huffed at me, ran at a frightening speed toward me, and rammed its bent horns into my stomach. I feared for my life. At that moment, I thought I was dying. Instead of continuing the attack, instead of beating me to death, it stomped away in the snow, the same direction I had been heading before I turned back. I picked myself up and ran away. I also promised myself to never mention this to anyone in person. It is the most absurd story I've ever heard, but it happened to me.